SNL Draft Mania Day 2 is live, presented by Ace Outdoor Solutions and Spanky's Pizza. Landry Locker, Cody Stutes live with you for Day 2. Yesterday, we saw the Texans add someone on the offensive line, not a name we were talking about a lot. Not only did they add him, they traded up to get him. Cody and I were on the scene. We heard him speak. We'll let you hear what he had to say, as well as Nick Cacerio and DeMeco Ryans. And now we transition into Day 2, which has been very, very nice to this era of Texans football. Shout out to Prize Picks, as always, for sponsoring the show. It is Day 2. The Texans are 6 picks away, but there is a lot of stuff in front of them that could make things even more interesting than what we've already seen, Cody.
Oh, man, I love some of the players that are still available. There's probably 3 or 4 players that I would have taken at 28th overall that the Texans could still take at 38th overall, but they got to get past some of these teams. The 49ers, the Bills, the Cardinals could use everything on the defensive line. The Giants could certainly use a defensive tackle. So if you're thinking about one of those defensive tackles, there's a few teams they got to get past before the Texans can pick up at 38, unless Trader Cacerio wants to start dumping some value and getting something going.
Yeah, and that is something that, you got to wonder. And right now, if you do look at the Texans, D-line seems to be where we've kind of stayed. And now you have the Giants 1 pick in front of you. You have the 49ers, the Bears, a lot of teams in front of you that could potentially snipe that defensive lineman. I actually asked Nick Cacerio today about that mindset as far as, hey, there's rumblings that you jumped in front to get your guy yesterday. What about, how does that work? How do you prepare for that? Because the possibility seems pretty high heading into Day 2. Here's what Cacerio said when me and Cody were on the scene earlier today.
Obviously, whenever a player gets picked, there's always talk, well, this team wanted him before, so you had to go up and get him. How do you prepare for that? Like maybe leading up to it where you talk about acting stuff up, and then in the moment, and how hectic can it be when you want a guy and you anticipate that maybe team in front of you would want the same guy?
Yeah, it's really about organization and preparation and then capitalizing the opportunity when it presents itself. So, DeMeco and I talk, I would say, 40 times a day. So we're talking about players, we're talking about different scenarios. He probably wants me out of his office plenty of the time. But you're always going through different scenarios. And in our situation, say once we got into like 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, you start to look at, all right, who are the players that are available? Who are some of the players that we would consider taking? And you kind of create some buckets. And then as you go through, again, we don't really know what other teams are going to do. Like you try to, as best you can, make an estimation, look at the roster. Hey, there's some players that they might be interested in. It doesn't mean that for sure you're going to be interested in the same player. And then we look at it through the lens of, in the end, what's the best thing for the Houston Texans? We can't worry about what other teams are doing. They're going to make their decisions. We have to make our decisions independent of what anybody else is doing. So in terms of how chaotic, it's really not. It's pretty fluid. It's ongoing. And we just kind of react, and we're ready to go. And if you do a trade, you make the trade, and you pick the player. If you can't consummate the trade, then you prepare for the next opportunity in front of you. So we're pretty consistent.
So there you go. And there is some gamesmanship, and I'm sure you just gotta stay level-headed. But right now there is an opportunity for the Texans. You heard Nick Cacerio say this, and I'm going to ask Cody Stutes, who knows this draft top to bottom better than anyone. Shout out to everyone in the chat. Hope you join us tomorrow at Draft Mania. I can't believe the party is tomorrow. It is Dave and Buster's. What are we, 16 hours away from the party? Day 3. We're going to consume it. We're going to enjoy it with you. But you heard him ask the question. I'm going to ask you the question directly, Cody. Who are the players that are available? Who are we looking at from the localized lenses?
The top for me is the top 3 defensive linemen that are on the board, and that's Caden McDonald, the defensive tackle from Ohio State. That's Christian Miller, the defensive tackle from Georgia, and that's Zion Young, the defensive end from Missouri. That's kind of where I've focused. I'd have taken one of those 3 guys at 28th overall if Keylan Rutledge wasn't there, or really even if Keylan Rutledge was there, I probably still would have taken one of those 3 guys at 28th overall. So that to me is the first group that you pay attention to, because we've connected defensive line to the Texans quite a bit. Going after them, then it becomes very interesting. Do you take a position where you're already pretty full on the depth chart, like wide receiver? Does a name like Denzel Boston from Washington sneak into the Texans consideration? Is it a cornerback? There's 3 corners on the board right now that should go in somewhere in the top 15 or so picks here at the top of day 2. Jermod McCoy, Avion Terrell, and Colton Hood. The first one from Tennessee, the last one from Tennessee, the middle one from Clemson. Those are positions that, hey, if you're not in love with Jalen Smith as cornerback 3, maybe one of these guys is the guy. So I'm pretty intrigued to see that, and I don't think it's out of the question that an offensive lineman is in consideration as well. I don't know if it'd be right here. Maybe it's a little bit later. But I tend to look and lean at those defensive linemen, the 2 defensive tackles, and then the defensive end from Missouri.
Yeah, and the wide receivers is where I'm at right now. I'm very open to it, and I would like to add Denzel Boston to this team, to this mix. I also think tight end is something we need to look at. Look, it's a thin position. So it is deep, but it's thin. Like also, like as soon as the tight end run happens, I think it happens, and I think it happens very quickly. So if you are the Texans and you believe that there's a real big need at tight end, if you don't take one here, then you might not get an opportunity to get your guy by the time things come back around. So that's something else to keep an eye on when it comes to the Texans. Now, the Starbucks baby is saying that San Francisco is apparently very open to moving back. So the San Francisco 49ers, apparently, according to him, very open. He also mentioned Arizona as a team that could potentially move back, as well as the Bills. And the Bills have moved back. That's kind of been their thing this year in the draft is moving back. So there could be some activity. I think there is a massive threat that the defensive linemen that you mentioned are not there, but it's something to keep an eye on. I think wide receiver, tight end are in play as well. And I also think that, look, corner might not have been something that we look at and say, hey, do this, but my goodness, like the names that you're mentioning that are there right now, it seems like there's a decent opportunity at corner too, that maybe you didn't necessarily anticipate.
Jermod McCoy, the consensus big board that most people use, which is just everybody's big board, they all slam it together, about the 16th, 20th player on most people's big board. So pick is in for the 49ers. They're sticking and picking.
All right, so here we go.
They're sticking and picking. So the pick is in for San Fran. Heck, this could be Jermod McCoy. You know, this is one of those that, I mean, the 49ers could use some defensive players to help out Baby Bosa, although he's the best Bosa now. Joey's kind of slipped a little bit.
I think he's been the best Bosa for a while. I don't know about now. I think it's probably been about a half decade plus.
Well, I've always called him Baby Bosa, but I think I'm just going to start calling him Best Bosa.
Yeah, only Bosa at this point, if we're being completely honest. So San Francisco, by some reports, wanted Rutledge yesterday. Now, take it with a grain of salt, but that was kind of what was said and what was thrown out there. Instead, they trade back. They could use some defense. They could use some O-line. San Francisco, Kyle Shanahan, and them, they are going to pick. So Starbucks, baby, the speculation, maybe they just didn't get the deal that they wanted. It looks like the 49ers are going to select. They're going to get this started, which means the Texans will be 5 picks away after this. We don't have to wait too long to see what the Texans do and who they pick.
If they were interested in Keylan Rutledge, I don't think there's a question that like Emmanuel Pregnon is in play here or Chase Masantis, the 2 guards that are at the top of the board still.
Yeah, they could definitely use a lot. The defense was a big problem last year. And we're in the phase of players making selections, right? Is that where we're at?
I believe we will see Billy Miller today, yes. Make a selection for the Texans.
So this is punter Andy Lee, huh? Okay.
The long history of the San Francisco 49ers. And Andy Lee is their guy.
I thought this guy was a comedian. I didn't even know who the hell this guy was, to be honest with you.
He doesn't even look funny.
Yeah, well, he looks funny, but he doesn't look funny.
Right. Well, hell, I look funny, but I don't look funny.
All right, so here we go. The pick. Oh my goodness. Okay, they did go wide receiver. Zizon Stribling out of Ole Miss. I'll be honest, I am not overly familiar with his game unless you want to fill me in on this.
Oh, Dejon Stribling from Ole Miss. This was one of my guys. This was one of my 59, maybe if he got to the 90s guy. This is way earlier than I expected him to go.
Well,
man, San Fran.
San Fran lost Ayuk went AWOL last year. They also Jennings. They had Jennings.
He's a free agent.
As a free agent, kind of had a little bit of drama. They really haven't gotten a return on investment with Pearsall. Pearsall's been hurt. Remember when CJ was real excited about Pearsall when he was doing the draft. So San Francisco, I guess receiver was something. I think this is probably a little bit of a surprise.
Yeah, very surprising.
But does Kyle Shanahan get the benefit of the doubt in that area? I'm not sure.
I don't think so. Not anymore. Not anymore with the way they've handled some wide receiver stuff. And this one pains me. This was a guy that I absolutely would have liked to have seen the Texans select, back part of the second if they were thinking wide receiver or if he stuck around. But, boy, he did not stick around because the 49ers went and made him the top pick of the second round. Wow. Deshaun Stribling.
And wasting no time. The Cardinals already have their pick in. So that means they liked something. They drafted on it and they said, it's this guy if he's available, and we're not really going to waste everyone's time.
They drafted, of course, Jeremiah Love in the first round, as I said they should do for 3 months, and kept him away from the hated Tennessee Titans, which was great. They could pick almost anybody here, and I'd be like, yeah, good job, Arizona. You guys stink. Hey, just call Arch Manning, see what his favorite wide receiver in this draft is, because he might be your quarterback next year. Also, offensive players, of course, pushes defensive players down the board for the Texans.
Yes. But the board that you've been talking about with Young, McDonald, still alive.
Yep.
Miller.
Yep.
So I gotta think the Texans are open to Boston as well. I actually thought that if San Francisco took a receiver, it would be him, but was not. So here we go.
Well, they got Mike Evans, so they got the big body guy already.
Yeah, there you go. I'm not used to that. There's James Conner. Okay, we can deal with that. Pick guy. So the theme is pick guys.
James Conner's great story. Moved down the depth chart a little bit yesterday.
All right, there you go. Your guy Basantis from Texas A&M.
Thank goodness. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. So Chase Basantis, excellent athlete at the guard spot. I reading a little bit, and I asked a couple of people about him. People wonder if he's maybe a product of like the whole of A&M's line, and he's not like an individually like really good player. Like, hey, the line was good overall, and that's why he was kind of good. He's a really good athlete. So that he's got that working for him, that not every guard is going to be as athletic as him. He's from New Jersey originally, so there's like a toughness background for him. But there was just not a lot of advanced stat success. And so he profiled more as like, hey, well, he's a really good athlete, but you have to fine-tune a lot of stuff. And the Texans have been, connected to him a little bit, and I would have been not pleased to see him. And I feel like Arizona made a little bit of a mistake. I believe Pregnon's better than him.
He's just older, and some teams may care about that more than others, especially teams that are kind of rebuilding. Maybe it kind of factors in a little bit more.
I hadn't thought about that too. That's probably a great point.
Swarm.
ESG Soccer says, I'm at DMB asking Cody, everyone asking me to put my shirt back on. I keep on saying they told me there would be free shirts here.
Yeah, there would be some shirts tomorrow, ESG. Tomorrow, when the draft party is tomorrow.
Chuddy says, thanks for what y'all do. Thank you, my friend. We appreciate y'all very much. It's fun.
Thank y'all for watching.
Beta Aaron says, hey, bros, any chance we take a swing at Micah Hawk Burns? It should be Mike Hawk Burns if you want to do that. In the third. I think
definitely Swarm.
Yeah, I think he's definitely Swarm. Shouldn't it just be Mike Hawk? Mike Hawk Burns. It should be Mike Hawk Burns.
I think he probably thought you saw Mike coming, and so he tried to make it Micah.
Definitely Swarm. I think he would fit in.
Saying it's acting like you know who he is. Like that's the problem. It's nothing wrong with saying it. If you put any prospect's name, I'll read it. It's acting like you know who he is. That's the real crime from the alpha.
I think what the people also really wanted at the beginning of that is a little, hey, bro.
They wanted a hey, bro. Okay.
Hey, bro. Alpha Aaron here.
Tazewell says, did y'all see Caleb Lamu's introduction graphic for his highlights after he was drafted?
I did. If I could describe it in one word, by the way, the Bills pick is in. If I could describe Lomu's performance in one word, I would say zesty. It's a little zesty. I feel like Karl Anthony Towns would approve. Also, what the hell are the Patriots doing? They're a win now team, and he's not going to start for them.
What do you mean, what are the Patriots doing? You're all about this. They got to start right away.
They were in the Super Bowl. And
their coaches in counseling, okay? We're taking it day by day.
Did he miss last night too?
All right, there you go. TJ Parker, the edge out of Clemson. I don't think this hurts your feelings either. This was kind of a dark horse name. I don't think he was very high on either one of our lists. TJ Parker, edge out of Clemson. It's amazing how bad Clemson was last year with all these guys that we're seeing getting drafted. But yeah, TJ Parker, I am very glad that he will not be a Texan.
I would have put him as a very fine category. Like, I've been very fine about it. Edge guy. 2 years ago, he's one of the best edge guys in football. And then this past season, he fell off a cliff like so many other Clemson players. It just wasn't any good. Just wasn't any good, and couldn't explain it. And he went to the Senior Bowl, and there were a bunch of guys that looked better than him in the Senior Bowl. So fine, you're betting on potential, and that's what the Bills are doing here.
We have a trade. It looks like the word on the street is the Texans are trading up for their guy.
Oh, wow. Okay. Who is it then?
That is the word on the street is the Texans are trading up for that guy, and it is officially official.
One of these defensive tackles. It's got to be, right? It's got to be one of these defensive tackles. Got to see what obviously the trade is. Moving with the Raiders.
Kubiak, looking out. What's up?
Yeah. If only he was the damn offensive coordinator. All right. So, I mean, got to be one of these. Come on. One of these big, nasty defensive tackles. Come on.
Whoever this is, I bet the defensive side wanted this guy. Or could it be Denzel? Your guess is as good as mine. We will see. The pick is in.
You might have to finish this damn thing without me if it's Denzel Boston.
The pick is in. Do we have the compensation, Cody?
I don't have it yet, no.
See if Aaron has it.
Well, I'll just check Schefter first. All right, so trading up to 36. Let's see. 2 spots in the first round cost them, well, whatever it cost them.
This is actually, though, a pretty dire situation because the Giants need a defensive tackle. I just had the graphic up of the Texans obstacles, and the Giants, they just traded their best player for a top 10 pick. They were going to draft a DT. So if you wanted a DT, you needed to do this. Like, this was 100% like snipe avoidance.
Woo. So Jonathan Alexander is reporting the trade is the 38th overall pick and the 91st overall pick for the 36th overall pick and 117.
Okay, 117, so round 4?
Yeah, that's going to be in round 4. It's going to be about 10 picks after their other selection in round 4.
Round 4, 117. Let's update the board.
Yeah, so they dumped back.
We can eliminate what?
Eliminate 91.
Okay.
So 38 and 91. They must not like much of what's supposed to be a third rounders. I mean, he moved back 20 spots last night and he moved totally out of the third round. Now, obviously, 2 fourth-rounders, if he wants to move in to the third, that may be enough to do it. Of course, it's a freaking commercial.
Yep, it definitely is. And the pick is in. They're showing Caden McDonald on the screen. I will say they are showing Caden McDonald on the screen.
Well, when they did that with Ty Simpson last night, that's who went.
Now, what does that mean? I don't know. He did not look like he was on the phone.
Cacerio might have texted him. Maybe he has a landline. Maybe he had to go in the kitchen.
No, he's there.
He's in Pittsburgh?
Yeah, he's there.
Oh, okay. I'm behind on my TV.
Yeah, he's there.
Ooh, are we gonna get a card? They go get a Topps card if he's the pick?
I don't know. Did he sign the deal with Topps or not?
Get Billy Miller's ass up there. Let's go.
Come on, Billy. Good Lord.
Reach out there for that microphone like you reached out for that first touchdown.
Billy Miller walking to the stage, chatting away.
Hey, hurry it up, Billy. It's a pretty hefty trade back, but if you get the guy you want, a little easier stomach.
Here we go. Roger Goodell is introducing him.
Time has not been kind to Billy Miller. Just saying.
Oh, yeah. Caden McDonald is crying.
Come
Caden
on.
McDonald.
Come on.
There you go. You
Let's
got your
go.
guy, Caden McDonald.
Let's go.
Caden McDonald is in the house. So there you go. We've been talking about him a lot. A lot of people wanted him in the first round. You get Caden McDonald in the second round. And I got to tell you, this is huge for the Texans. We've talked a lot about Caden McDonald, the connections. Now, there's talk that he might be a two-down guy. He's very capable, but he also played on a defense where you just look at the guys that have gone. He didn't necessarily need to do too much. I think when DeMeco Ryans was talking about defensive players and two-down and all that, our minds immediately went to Caden McDonald, and Caden McDonald is a Texan. I don't think anyone dislikes this pick, and I think it's a very smart move to go up and get it because I think there's probably an 85% chance the Giants were going to take Caden McDonald.
Yeah, I'm seeing that all over from Pelissero to I think it's Garofolo. The Giants would have taken McDonald. Starbucks baby, Jordan Schultz. The Giants would have taken McDonald. Yeah. Man, I love this. Big, nasty dude right there in the middle. The Texans haven't had a guy like Caden McDonald that is a true blue run stuffer. And now they do. He's pumped to have been drafted, obviously drafted by the Texans. And we'll see what happens on third down. But first and second down, he's going to be mauling people. And
well, you look at the actual tackle numbers. Like it's kind of crazy when you look at how close he was to, the guys that we talk about, Caleb Downs. I'll put Styles to the side, but when you look at the Ohio State statistics and the statistics, like as far as just total tackles for a guy who's supposed to be a two down guy, it's pretty good production in that area. And I do think that this guy, like you look at Tommy Togiai and what he's done, and you talk about rotating this guy in and out. I think it's going to be, it's definitely the best the interior defensive line has looked on paper for the Texans. And I guess Logan Hall is going to be inside. So now you probably want to add an edge, but I mean, this is the guy that most people wanted. This was the guy most frequently mocked to the Texans. And this is a guy, there's a lot of background on this. Look how happy DeMeco is. DeMeco's pumped about this one. And so is Cacerio. So they got their guy, Frank Oakham smiling, Matt Burke smiling, Scout Goodhair. Look at that wave right there. He's doing his thing.
I tell you what, they usually don't get too excited in the Texans draft room. So to see them kind of moving like this, they're pretty pumped.
But you look at the tackle numbers. So let's just look at total tackles. So this guy is supposed to be This guy is supposed to be a two-down guy, and that was his role at Ohio State. But he had 65 tackles, which is 3 less tackles than Caleb Downs and 4 less tackles than Reese. So do with that what you want. But for a guy that's supposed to be a one tech, to be within 5 tackles of one of the best safety prospects that we've seen in a long time, according to many people, and a guy who was basically a linebacker, developed edge / playmaker, for him to be within 5 tackles of those guys, I think it kind of speaks to his potential athleticism. And this guy was really the motivation behind me asking DeMeco Ryans, and we'll hear it in a sec, about guys that you think maybe are two-down linemen and how they fit in. I asked DeMeco about that. We'll hear that in a sec, but is there any other thoughts that you have on this?
Well, here's what I would also say. If you told me that at the end of the first 2 picks, the Texans had traded up 2 spots to 26 to draft Caden McDonald, and they traded up 2 spots to 36 to draft Keylan Rutledge, like if you just flipped them, I'd have been like, yep, cool, big thumbs up. Like I think good value in both. Obviously, the rounds are flipped on those guys. But man, I what a war those two are going to have. Is that's hopefully your center, and that's a new defensive tackle, and a good way to start honing your skills there. You're about competition, Keylan Rutledge. Caden McDonald's about to bring it, rookie mini camp and training camp and so on, not to mention the pros they already got. I just love this pick. What a fantastic selection. And DeMeco Ryans said it today when talking about Rutledge. If they like a guy, they're going to go get the guy. And that's what they did. Pretty expensive trade back, but makes round 4 even more fun for tomorrow. And if you need to package those 2 round 4 things to go get into round 3, you certainly can do that.
Yeah, that quote travels really well today.
Go up and get your guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I'm pumped about this, man. This is one of my favorite picks. I mean, this is the guy that I would have picked at 28 if I was the Texans, but they get him over here at 36 with a little bit of a trade up. So,
and now Colton Hood is gone. He's going to the New York Giants. So maybe we'll get a corner run here. We'll update on when the Texans will pick, but let's hear DeMeco Ryans, because this hits different now. And I was thinking about Caden McDonald when this question was asked, which we talked about previously, but 2-down linemen, all that type of stuff, getting guys to fit. I asked DeMeco Ryans this earlier in the week. It's hitting right now with Caden McDonald coming to town.
With the guys that you have that are established in the way that you ask your guys to do different things, what goes into, like, say, a 2-down lineman in the draft and a guy who maybe he's not going to start over Daniil or Will, and evaluating how they fit into what you already have on the D-line?
When it comes to evaluating the defensive line, you have some guys, when you see a guy, is he a 2-down player, right? You can make those predictions based off of what you've seen on tape, but it basically comes to 3rd down passing situations, right? Is that guy finishing at the quarterback, and have you seen evidence of that guy finishing from his college film? Some guys have it, some guys don't. Just because there's a lack of production, though, in college does not mean that there's going to be a lack of production once you get to the NFL, right? I think Daniil Hunter was a guy who didn't have a lot of sacks coming out of college, but now you look at him, he's probably top 10 in the NFL history of getting sacks. So it goes back to, you see a young man, you see the traits, the talents that he has. Is he coachable, right? Is he willing to learn, listen to our coaches? And if he takes coaching the right way, we always think guys can improve. And we're going to work as best as we can as coaches. That's our job, to develop, to support players, to help them grow in those areas. If you're a 2-down guy, we'll try to help you as best we can to become that pass rusher, right? And if it doesn't work out, that's great. Be a great 2-down player. So whatever role you play, we roll a lot of different defensive linemen, because a lot of guys have a lot of different traits and roles that they can do for us, and we're going to make it work with the guys that we play.
So there we go. So Cody's outfit tomorrow. He will be rocking Caden McDonald's game day face paint tomorrow at Dave and Buster's for the party. So get ready to see Cody in the game day face paint, and we will keep an eye on that. Raiders, by the way, their pick is in. It's really kind of a moot point at this point, as the Texans right now, their next selection will be 59. So not too far off, about 21 picks away. And I think at this point we got to look tight end.
With no third round pick, absolutely.
You got to look tight end at this point. If Sam Roush is there, you should be thrilled.
Oh, Roush would be fantastic. I'd even think about taking Oscar Delp at that point. But yeah, I'm pretty excited to see what they do at 59 now, because you've got that long wait until the 4th round unless Cacerio does some more moving around. Don't really want to do too much moving around to jump back into the 3rd, because they already don't have all their picks in 2027. They traded a 5th round pick before last year's draft started. So, if you're thinking about moving around from the 4th into the 3rd, it's you're probably dipping into some future assets, or you're sending both those 4th rounders. So 59 becomes a very important one, because whatever you grab from, that position is going to look drastically different by the time you're next on the clock if you don't trade up.
Yeah, and I also think that just the kind of the detective work that we did here, I think it played out perfectly this week when you talk about, not to pat myself on the back, but the question about the 2 down and then getting in front of people who could potentially snipe you if you believe those reports are true. And that was just common sense, right? That was just common sense. You trade one of the best D tackles in the league and there's good DTs available. That's just common sense, but it kind of played out. Let's get to the chat real quick. So these aren't expired by the time the Texans are there. Cleveland's pick is in. We just had the safety out of Arizona go to the Raiders. So I think
Traden Stukes is a pretty good player.
But he was not supposed to be the next safety taken is the only reason I bring it up.
Yeah, the kid from Toledo's slipping down the board.
Yeah, McNeil Warren was supposed to be that, but that did not happen. Let's go.
Swarm.
ESG has a 2-piece. He says no black face in front of the kids, bad form. Yeah, Cody. I'll try to talk him out of it. Still shocked we finished 12-5. DeMeco, the alpha, with ESG. We appreciate you, my friend. Chris on the chat says, Cody, get the black face paint ready. Yes, it is going down tomorrow at Dave & Buster's. He will have the Caden McDonald game face paint. ESG says, my man sobbing for the Texans. We are so up. Yeah, I mean, that's a hell of a situation to come into. Jay McDonald, now it all makes sense. Nasty trench play, LFG.
Yep.
Christian Silva says, let's flip and go. What a pick. Sorry for cussing. Don't ever apologize for that around here. Beta Aaron says, Cody, do black face for the chat. So Cody will be rocking the black face paint tomorrow at Dave & Buster's. Quentin says, bring out the face paint. So there we go. Kyle Nance says the defense is nasty. Number 1 rush stop incoming also. There we go. Branson, he has that last guy in green room motivation, LFG. Was he the last one? Yeah, he had to have been, right?
Well, remember, he told Mike Florio and Chris Sims at the combine, when he talked to them, he said, yes, I'm going to Pittsburgh. Yes, I'm going to be in the green room. And then Florio and Sims were like, well, I guess he knows he's going in the first round. And then he didn't go in the first round.
Derek says adding some dogs. Yeah, he absolutely is that. Bubba Homeschool says Big Red and Big Mac. Okay.
Is that a Caden McDonald approved nickname?
I guess. A says, I'm thinking they traded up to cut the G-men off after the Lawrence trade. That your guess would be correct.
Yep.
And then Patrick is putting up the fist for your big day tomorrow. So this is what Cody's going to have to do. This is the challenge for the Caden McDonald selection. So he's going to have to drink a 2-liter of Big Red, and he's going to have to eat 40 nuggets with the black face paint on from McDonald's in the spirit of this. So he'll be ready to go tomorrow.
You're a lawyer's nightmare. You just try to add clauses into everything at the end. Like,
ESG Soccer says you could get away with a heavy bronzer, maybe, perhaps.
no, what do I look like, James Palmer?
Rodzilla says, gentlemen, can't wait to see y'all tomorrow. Thank y'all for 3 amazing years of Texans content. This is an awesome draft. It's going really well. Avenue brings this up, and I think this is where we will transition to. So we appreciate you for the assist. I think we're officially on tight end watch at this point. I think this is, if you don't get a tight end now, when the hell are you going to do it?
If you don't get a tight end now, you get him in the 4th round, but it's a significantly lower level of player. Like to me, there's a pretty big gap between the players that are going to go here in the 2nd round.
There you go.
And where you would ultimately start picking in the 4th round. There's a big drop off in the type of player, not necessarily the availability, but the type of player. Bye-bye Boston.
Yeah, a guy who visited with the Texans, Denzel Boston, he's going to Cleveland. So Cleveland has selected Concepcion and Denzel Boston. We wondered if maybe Boston could be a target for the Texans earlier. That's not going to happen. He goes to Cleveland with Concepcion. So they're kind of stacking up at receiver, which was something that they really need a lot, to say the least. So,
you know the joke I'm getting ready to make. Arch Manning's going to love that. Actually, let's pull an Eli and make sure we don't go to Cleveland, Arch.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you think Arch Manning's not going to be a little bit selective, like, let's be real.
Lenora Sellers is going to love that.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm just throwing out another potential 1st rounder. Yeah. All right. Let me look at the board here and see who's in tight end time. Chiefs.
They could use a young one, probably.
Oh, and whoever, if they draft a tight end, that guy will be overhyped to no end. We'll put the Chiefs in the maybe category. Bengals, I would say no. They've got Kaseki, and they got a couple other guys, like they're blockers. Saints, I would say probably not, but they did lose Taysom Hill.
Bengals are trying to revamp a defense.
Correct. Miami could take anything, so they're a potential tight end. The Jets are definitely not a tight end spot. Baltimore and Tampa at 45 and 46, they're tight end spots. Baltimore lost Isaiah Likely and Charlie Kolar. In fact, I may call my shot. I may say Baltimore's taking Sam Roush at 45.
No, they might be more of a Stowers team.
Because they just still have Andrews.
Yeah, they might be more of a Stowers team. So our Mason Thomas out of Oklahoma, an edge guy, pretty good. I didn't know if he was like the type that would fit into what DeMeco is trying to do. But our Mason Thomas, I know John Harris liked him a lot. Pretty much the heart and soul of a pretty good defense this year with Oklahoma. Kind of up and down season, but quarterback getting hurt factored into that. But this guy in Kansas City might be able to do some damage. Just see ball, get ball.
Well, yeah, look, with the Peter Woods edition and our Mason Thomas, that's pass rushers. I mean, they're playing it for life after Chris Johnson over there in Kansas City.
Chris Jones,
excuse me. So they're playing it for life after Chris Jones, and Woods gets to learn from him, and our Mason Thomas coming off the edge. Like, they got to get after the quarterback. They couldn't do it last year on a consistent basis. And if Jones gets banged up, they didn't have many guys. So our Mason Thomas and Peter Woods helps them out a big time.
By the way, Kayvon Thibodeau just put up on Instagram. He put up the 50 Cent driving away thing. Mike Garafolo kind of dropped an interesting little nug. I was watching their coverage. By the way, the Cincy pick is in. Texans have them on their schedule, so we'll see. Maybe they continue to try to fix their defense. But he mentioned he said, "What are the last few letters of Thibodeau's name?" And it's DEAUX. He said, "Yeah." So he was talking as if the Saints might make a trade for Kayvon Thibodeau.
Well, they had too many pass rushers in New York, and he's the least impressive one. So
and he's a psycho.
He's out there.
He says, "Props to both of you for how well you've called the draft so far. See y'all tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow, my friend.
We'll see you. It'll be fun."
Logan Taylor says, good luck, NFL teams, on trying to run on us. Best defense in the NFL, hands down. It was even before McDonald, but now it's going to be even crazier. Like McDonald and Togiai rotating, and then oh man, this is going to be beautiful.
McDonald, Togiai, Rankins, Hall. They still got Naquan Jones hanging around as, veteran depth. So Bud Clark, the TCU safety, one of my favorite players in the draft. I just don't feel like he fits what they would.
It makes no sense.
What they would want. They should invest elsewhere. If you want a safety, think later in the draft.
Crazy Texan, not so crazy, I don't think, based on my skimming of this. This note. Cassius Howe is gone. He's going to the Bengals. So they're stocking up on the Aggies. Now, is he going to follow Shamar Stewart's lead and not sign his contract? That is the question.
He might have the same agent. You never know.
Crazy Texan 6372 says, love the pick. Let's get a tight end next. What's your prediction on when the tight end run starts? Appreciate you guys for the coverage. I think the Texans could start the tight end run, to be honest with you. I think they could start it.
I mean, I think Miami's a potential tight end spot, but they need everything. So they could forgo it. I am calling my shot on Roush to the Ravens at 45. Tampa at 46 is a tight end spot. Minnesota needs other stuff, so they probably shouldn't get one behind Hawkinson, but Hawkinson's always hurt. Carolina was reportedly reading last night they were in on Sadiq if he had dropped to them, so maybe Carolina's a tight end spot. No Green Bay, no Pittsburgh.
I think the best point that you brought up, and we'll go back to the McDonald thing. I think the best point you brought up is that if you would have flipped this draft, I think you probably would have been okay with it.
Yeah, if you drafted McDonald at 26 and you drafted Rutledge at 36, I don't think any of us have any qualms about the value of where the guys went and what they're supposed to do and who they potentially are going to play with and compete against. If you told me they traded what they traded to get up for Caden McDonald, I'd say, great. That was a good idea. It's a great idea. And Rutledge supposed to go where McDonald went.
Marcus Colston looks the exact same since when he played. My goodness.
He might have about 25 routes in him.
There goes Kristen Miller out of Georgia. Another guy that we like. We like McDonald and Miller. If it hadn't been Miller, or if it hadn't been McDonald, I think we would have been okay with Miller. He goes to the Saints. Adds a little bit of that nasty.
Did you notice Cacerio criticizing draft parties yesterday?
What did he say?
He's talking about Rutledge, and he said, just him and his
just all ball. Him
and his wife in an Airbnb watching the draft. He's like, you see some of these draft parties, they look like a circus. I was like, God forbid somebody have a little party on the best day of their life.
Yeah, Cacerio is such a buzzkill sometimes with that crap. Yeah, I got that. But yeah, he was like, oh, this guy's all ball.
Maybe he got
all ball. He just loves football.
Maybe he was disgusted by Max Ahanator's draft party when the guy's pants fell down.
Dude, his pants weren't falling down. He was just sagging, and then he turned his ass to like the damn screen, man. It's terrible. By the way, this is a joke that only you and I will get, and it'll be a very hobby-friendly joke for people that are involved in the hobby and box breaks. I finally know why Shamar Stewart didn't sign his contract.
Why?
He was too busy signing these new Topps cards. Good Lord. Guy flies out of there.
Was he coming out of like every one of them?
Jeez, dude. Goodness gracious. I think Trevor Lawrence's right hand might fall off from all the flawless signing he was doing.
That's funny.
Swarm.
ESG Soccer says, you see Sadiq thought the Jets were a prank call.
I did not see that, but I understand it. I wonder how much they talked to him in the.
I don't think that's true. I didn't even know about this story. I think you need to replace the word thought with the word wished.
Yeah, maybe.
He wished it was a prank call. Craig says, what are the chances we can get Allen or Rodriguez? I mean, maybe we throw linebacker watch in there with tight end watch. Maybe we're throwing like right now, the linebacker, the value is there. if that does happen. I mean, Anthony Hill's still there too. You have Hill, Allen, and Rodriguez. You have three really good linebackers that you perhaps could add to this defense.
And none of those three are my favorite, which is Jake Golday, the Cincinnati linebacker. So linebacker is certainly a pivot point if you one of the tight ends that you really like is not there. And as far as like building out the room, if you said eventual starter at linebacker versus rotational tight end at say 59, I think you might want to take eventual starter at linebacker. It's harder to find one of those guys, but you'd also think that DeMeco Ryans could coach him up a little bit better if it was a later linebacker. And they've been connected to a couple of different guys that should be day 3 guys.
Preston says he wants a tight end and he wants J-Rod from Tech. Shout out to Preston, our guy.
I would think that we're getting pretty close to Jacob Rodriguez territory with some of these teams.
Yes, Mr. President 67 says, hell, F, and yeah. Now let's go get Stowers or Roush, then Emmett Johnson. So he wants the tight end RB combo. Don't threaten me with a good time. Don't threaten me with a good time.
I love Emmett Johnson. These are the Texans' remaining picks, by the way. 59, that's a second-round pick, back of the second round. And then they don't pick again. Excuse me, they're not scheduled to pick again until the 4th round, 106, 117. And then 141 is the top pick in the 5th round. And then 243 is a 7th rounder.
Kyle Nance says McVay looked unhappy at the Simpson pick. Here's my theory on that. There's 2 theories. Number 1, you can't act overly excited because Matthew Stafford's your guy. He's the reason you have a Super Bowl. Number 2, McVay's kind of flirted a lot with kind of retiring. So I could kind of see McVay retiring with Matthew Stafford. And he's basically like, guys, I'm going to be gone in 3 years. Can you just let me go all in and then y'all can figure this QB situation out yourselves, please?
Look, if whoever the Landry locker is or Rams coverage, he was having a field day with podium body language. Because McVay looked like someone shitting his Cheerios.
That Fort Worth guy says, for someone who doesn't draft for need, Nick Cacerio is really good at it. Yes, I will say this.
That's actually a great point.
Actually, a really good point by that Fort Worth guy. I'll say this, though. I'll say this, too, about the and the Dolphins are about to pick. Give Bobby Slowick some weapons, please.
Damn it, Bobby.
Give Bobby Slowick some damn weapons, Miami. Come on. Let him cook. I think this is probably the most, and the Texans have a really good history of this. It's one of the things that we speak of the most. This might be the most excited, I think, that and unified people have been with a second-round pick that the Texans have made.
Yes.
Yeah. I think
there was a lot of discussion about Kamari. Nobody thought Blake Fisher was worth a damn. Juice was a questionable one. Tank was obviously a 3rd rounder, so a lot of people excited about Tank, but that's a 3rd rounder. But yeah, as far as second rounders go, Caden McDonald, I give it 2 big thumbs up.
You know what they need to do? They need to do a bit second round, like a bit.
A bit second round?
Yeah, it's a bit second round. Dwight Stevenson is making this pick for the Dolphins. What do you know about Dwight Stevenson, the second round pick by the Dolphins in 1980? Tell me everything you know about him.
I know he walks like he played the hell out of some football.
Jacob Rodriguez is going to join Bobby Slowick. So there you go. Jacob Rodriguez is in Miami. Sorry, people. Felt like there was a big push for J-Rod. J-Rod is going to the 305.
Start your Zach Thomas comparisons now.
Oh, God. Jeez.
Texas Tech linebacker goes to Miami.
This is
Fire up the Zach Thomas stuff.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer. That's for sure. That's coming down. I think that's a good call by you.
Also, I'll be buying into some Dolphins breaks now.
God.
Get a little Zach Thomas, Jacob Rodriguez double signed card.
Oh, Lord.
How many flights from Kansas are there to Miami so that they can talk about his wife all the time when he's on the TV broadcasts?
So you know what the bit draft is?
Tell me this bit draft idea. I like this bit draft idea.
So you have to have like the most obscure player make the pick. Like for the Dolphins, like if I were in charge of the bit draft, Thurman Thomas is announcing that pick for his 1 year with the Dolphins. Ed Reed would have announced the Texans pick. and it would just be the most obscure of the most obscure selections. Like the Lions are about to pick. I don't know who we could go with the Lions. We could go with just got to be obnoxious, something crazy. The Lions.
Oh, bit pick for the Lions.
Bit pick for the Lions.
I mean, any of those wide receivers that they drafted for like 4 years in a row.
Oh, Mike Williams. Yeah, Mike Williams out of USC coming up and making the pick.
Yeah.
Charles Rogers out of Michigan State. Well, this is definitely not that. Good Lord. Another guy that hasn't aged at all. Good gosh, man. What's going on with these wide receivers? That's marijuana right there. That's that high grade. Calvin Johnson's all on that high grade. That's how he's staying so young.
That's
high grade marijuana called Kush on the streets.
That's elite DNA is the reason why he looks like that, because that's one of the freakiest athletes to ever play football.
Goodness gracious. So we're down to 15 picks away for the Texans.
Derek Moore from Michigan.
Another possibility for the Texans if you're talking edge. He had one good year at Michigan, one great year, double-digit sacks last year. Kind of fit into that description by Nick Cacerio of being able to stop the run, but got after the passer this year. So Derek Moore going to the Lions. And congratulations for getting to learn from a fellow Michigan football player and perhaps lining up opposite of him. So the Michigan presence with the Lions pretty strong.
John McClain. You knew it was coming. You knew it was coming from John McClain.
Wait, what time was that?
Like a minute ago.
Did you steal your opinion from John McClain?
No, McClain tweeted it a minute ago.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but you knew McClain was going to make the comparison.
The swarm.
Wiggles Ming says, give Rod Wright a raise. Don't let him go.
How about you just promote him to defensive coordinator?
Big G says, fantastic second pick. Let's go get Roush or Stowers. That's Roush is a popular name right now. Roush is a popular name. By the way, the Baltimore pick is in. So this is where your tight end watch. You talk about the tight end watch. Yep. You said that Baltimore could be in business for a tight end. You threw this out there.
Yeah, this is. I mean, they lost Isaiah Likely and Charlie Kolar off their roster. So they're receiving forward tight end. They're blocking forward tight end. They still have Mark Andrews. What better guy to, there's a few of them, but learn from a guy like Andrews. If you grab Sam Roush like that, I mean, I called my shot a few minutes ago. I don't want to see it. I want the Texans to get Sam Roush, but he'd fit for the Ravens. They got some other stuff too, though, that they could go out there and. I mean, would they draft one of the first centers? They lost Linderbaum.
I think this, what would feel very Baltimore-y here would be just adding McNeil Warren and letting him play with Kyle Hamilton, just because they're Baltimore and the best player always just kind of falls in their lap.
Well, they have Malachi Starks.
You can put one of them in on the inside.
Yeah, play one of them at the nickel.
Yeah, you put one of them on the inside. But yeah, their needs, cornerback, like on the ESPN, it's cornerback, safety, DT, wide receiver, and guard. So I think they're going to play one of their safeties more so at nickel. So they McNeil Warren could just fall in their lap.
So our biggest surprises so far, Stribling to start the day. And I guess Cleveland doubling up on wide receiver, that'd probably be our biggest surprises so far.
I don't know, man. I don't know that Cleveland, I didn't really expect anything from them. I think they're basically in dart throwing territory where you can do whatever.
The expectations don't exist, so whatever they do is good.
I mean, there's just a lot of needs there. So.
Who's still just kind of hanging out is Zion Young from Missouri.
That would be another very Baltimore-y pick.
So I'd love to see him slip down to 59 and buddy, you had Zion Young and Caden McDonald with this defense. It's going to get real fun.
Yeah, there's got to be something. You can get a little bit greedy if Zion Young falls. I think that's 100% big.
Somebody in the chat asked, "What's the deal with Pregnon?"
He's old.
He's an older prospect, and really, as the drafts got closer and closer, he became more of a mid to late second rounder in a lot of people's eyes.
DeMeco's got to be thrilled about this McDonald thing.
You know who's even more pumped than him is Rod Wright. Rod gets another weapon to work with on the defensive tackle situation. Also, you know who else is like by proxy thrilled for this is Aziz and Henry, because it's a little bit easier to play linebacker with Caden McDonald eating people alive in the middle.
I feel like he's going to get more sacks than we expect.
I mean, I just trust them to if there is something like that to his game, I trust them to kind of pull it out of him.
When you're within 5 sacks of or 5 tackles of those guys, I mean, that's just not some fat guy. But I also like how DeMeco says, "Hey, just be a good 2-down lineman. If you're a 2-down lineman, that's cool."
Yeah. Wonder what let me go to the player comp guy that I like. See what McDonald's player comp was.
Oh,
Casey Hampton. There ain't a lot of Casey Hamptons walking around.
Oh, he's Casey Hampton. Hold on, just a sec. That's a all-pro caliber player there, man.
I mean, if he's Casey Hampton, that's awesome. I'm not expecting him to be Casey Hampton, but if he's Casey Hampton, that's freaking fantastic. I can't even imagine what you're about to pull out. You got all sorts of stuff in the locker. What do you got over there? Are those his gloves?
Casey Hampton gave me his gloves as a kid. After the game, Casey Hampton, the Texas Reebok, back in the Reebok days, Casey Hampton gloves.
Wow, that's cool. I bet they fit now. I bet back then they didn't fit.
They did not.
Oh, you're wearing the Casey Hampton gloves. That's great. That's awesome.
Mark Ingram, is he cooking right now, I bet?
Oh, I bet he's letting the Pittsburgh faithful have it. He's also up there with, like, I guess, the girls' flag football team from Baltimore. So he probably is not being too aggressive.
Uh-oh, Zion Young. There it is, Baltimore. It just falls to him.
Man, what the?
It just always happens. It just always happens to them.
Man, they just get so lucky.
They just don't overthink things. They let everyone else overthink things, and then they just say, "Thank you very much." Mark Andrews has diabetes. Oh, well, we don't care. Thank you very much. Lamar Jackson, not a traditional quarterback. Oh, well, thank you very much. Kyle Hamilton, positional value. Oh, well, thank you very much. Tyler Linderbaum, same draft, positional value. Oh, well, thank you very much. It's kind of the Baltimore way.
Bad workout. Who gives a damn? Come on down, Orlando Brown.
Beast mode. Yeah, that was crazy. Beast mode says OJ Locker. If it don't fit, you must have quit. Alberto, what are we doing? Alberto,
Nope.
what are we doing here?
Albert Robles.
Albert Robles. No caps or anything like that. This legit might go down as the draft that made the Texans powerhouse on the line of scrimmage. Man, we got both a hog on the offensive line and a mauler on the defensive line. We'll see if he's a hog on the offensive line. That's kind of still TBD.
I mean, I'm just operating like he was the 36th overall pick, and they drafted McDonald at 26.
12 picks away for the Houston Texans, by the way. The Bucks, you got the tight end watch. You got the tight end watch.
We got past one We got past one tight end landmine with Baltimore. Now, the Buccaneers were reportedly interested in Kenyon Sadiq until Reuben Bain fell to them. Who's doing the pick for the Bucs? Did you see? Oh, it's one of the barbers.
It's Rondé Barber, one of the barbers. Yeah. Which one is that?
It could be either one of them.
Goodness gracious.
Oh,
they took
linebacker
Josiah Trotter, the son of Jeremiah Trotter, out of Missouri. That is the direction that they went.
I know Todd Bowles has got a good history of linebackers, but there's some much better linebackers on the board than him. But this kid can thump, man. He can come up and help you in the run game. That's for sure.
So the tight end watch is still going well for the Texans. Still going well, still alive. If you're looking at the tight end, give us some other names though, Cody, that perhaps we should be looking out for. Linebacker still. You got Golday, you got Anthony Hill, you got CJ Allen, like the linebackers that we've been talking about for a while, kind of falling back to where linebacker might be like something where maybe not how you envisioned it, but maybe linebacker, DeMeco gets his linebacker, and maybe like a long-term Henry To'oTo'o replacement.
Yeah, linebacker definitely still in the conversation. From an edge standpoint, Gabe Akis from Illinois.
We have a trade, by the way. The Pittsburgh Steelers are trading up.
Oh, I'm sure this will be a 17-minute montage of the greatest moments in Pittsburgh history before they make their trade.
I am imagining that they're going to go safety.
So
I think this is a safety.
Still a handful of tight ends that we would think about at 59. You mentioned the linebackers already. I mean, I don't want to rule out Emmanuel Pregnon
For Pittsburgh,
or Jennings Dunker.
yeah, I think for Pregnon, it's going to have to be a team that wants to win immediately. Like all these teams that are, there's no tanking in the NFL, but all these teams that are kind of like the Arizonas of the world, maybe even Cleveland. Like, I don't know that you want a 25-year-old offensive lineman. I think that's where you do eliminate it. But Pittsburgh's trying to win. I mean, there's no doubt about it. Like, it might be a limited ceiling, but they are trying to win.
They were trying to get Mekhi Lemon last night and got totally worked by Howie Roseman and the Eagles.
Yeah, they were on the phone with him.
And then he said, "Why are the Eagles calling me?"
So would they go Zachariah Branch? Would they go Brazel? Could they go Malachi Fields? There's some possibilities there.
Certainly. I mean, he's still hanging out there.
There you go. They went wide receiver. Bernard out of Alabama.
Oh, that's a very oh, he just does a bunch of stuff good. Not like a lot of excitement around that. Huh. Okay. Cool for you, Pittsburgh. Are you thinking about Jermod McCoy if he's there at 59? The Tennessee cornerback? Is his knee just jello? Like, what happened? Did the medicals come back and they're just terrible?
It can't be great.
I mean, he must just have a shredded knee.
Dude, if the Texans get their second, like if they get their top pick at tight end here, then oh my goodness, like you couldn't lay this out any more perfect.
And then you could just take swings on day 3 with whatever.
Yeah, whatever, whenever, however. So on the clock now we have Atlanta. Atlanta needs.
There's their first selection.
Yeah, they need DT. They could use receivers, and then the corner would not be bad for them here, whether it be McCoy or Terrell. So we could see a corner going with Atlanta, but the Texans so far have just been this has been cooking right here.
Yeah, I really love what they've done so far.
And it just completely flips because the best point that you brought up and just reset it when you look at the overall big picture of the draft.
We both thought really highly of McDonald, believed he was a first-round pick, and if the Texans had traded up 2 spots to get him at 26 and then traded up 2 spots to get Keylan Rutledge at 36, they'd have been spot on to where almost everybody who looks at the draft thought they were going to go. And it's almost like if you flip the value of the 2 players, it evens out to where it was supposed to be for both these guys. Even with again, I thought the trade was expensive. I would have understood it for McDonald. I understood a little bit less for Rutledge. I would have understood the trade up that they made for McDonald in the second round if they'd done that for Rutledge instead of McDonald. So that's really I like both those players, and I can't wait to watch them go to war in training camp.
You buying any Atlanta stock right now? Would you sprinkle a little something on them winning the division?
Hell no.
With Stefanski?
With Tua?
Or Penix?
No thanks.
You wouldn't sprinkle anything on it. You going Carolina there?
I'm going Tampa.
Drunk wants to double dip. He wants to go Lee Hunter.
Oh man, it's a lot of human being on in one draft.
Big homie E says Stutes McDonald face paint, and that's permission right there. By the way, Big homie E is giving Cody permission. That's a pass right there. That's a pass right there. So Cody, you've got permission from Big homie E that you can use that game day face paint. So there we go. It's official.
I'm not going to do
that. Jason Delgado says, we all know after the Baltimore playoff games, we needed some beef on the D-line and O-line. It's about in the trenches in the playoffs. Yeah, they've definitely built in the trenches. There's no doubt.
They've done a really – I mean, it's taken them a while, but the overhaul of the offensive line room from where it was a couple of years ago to where it is now is – it's taken them a while, but they've done a decent job here.
Who's the tight end threat? Could it be the Chargers in Carolina? The Chargers do have Gadsden, but I think we've kind of learned our lesson from assuming that just because you have a young tight end, you don't take another one. We saw that with Sadiq yesterday. It also feels like the Chargers might be kind of leaning towards more physical style with kind of how they're building their squad. So I could easily see them taking Roush. Very, very, very easily see them taking a guy like Roush and figuring something out there. Carolina, yeah, they could probably use a tight end too. They have
they were rumored to be a Sadiq landing spot if he got to him.
Yeah, they could definitely use a tight end. So I think Roush is something to keep an eye on there as well. But Atlanta right now, we'll see where that goes. That's going to be,
I'd say, a medium level of concern with Minnesota at 49. A high level of concern with Carolina at 51. Medium to high level of concern with Philly at 54. And then, oh man, San Fran at 58.
they got a badass. What's that young buck's name?
Oh, Tonjes. Yeah, they got Tonjes.
Dude, he's good.
No, you're right about that. I was thinking about Kittle's injury, but you're right about Tonjes.
Yeah, and they just extended that. Yeah, he's a badass.
Okay,
whatever his name is, that dude's cold.
Just a handful of teams you got to get past.
All right, here we go. Name that player before you see it.
Oh, I don't know.
Michael Turner? Look how skinny he is.
That's what Turner looks like now?
Dude, he was huge as a player.
Well, for about 2-3 year stretch, he was probably one of the best fantasy football picks you could make.
He did not go on the MJD post running back diet.
I don't think many of those running backs do that. I mean, some of them get big. I don't know how many of them get MJD big.
There you go. So per talked about, they go with Avion Terrell out of Clemson. So that knee must be pretty bad for McCoy as he continues to fall. So Terrell, he is going to go to Atlanta, which means now it's getting real. 11 picks away from the Texans making their selection. We now go to Minnesota. Minnesota, I don't think they're a threat.
Hold on. His brother's on the Falcons.
Yeah, AJ.
That's cool.
I didn't know they were brothers.
They're brothers.
Well, there you go. That's tight.
That's really cool.
Good job. Congrats on the sperm, Mr. Terrell.
He might be your new favorite dad. After
No,
McCaffrey yesterday.
Ed McCaffrey. McNeil Warren's got to be going to the Vikings, right?
I would think so, because that was the thought with Dylan Thieneman, the Oregon safety, was they were going to pick him. So now they get the chance on another safety. Yes, I would think safety for Minnesota.
Yeah, look at that menu up there. Where are they at? They had a Buffalo Wild Wings. What is that? It says steaks. Where are they eating?
I don't know. I can't tell.
Damn, that wrap looks good right there. What is that? Let me see. Steak? Oh, no. Got it going. Okay. There we go. So 11 picks away. Tight end watch still alive and well. Linebacker watch. Do we need to add linebacker watch into the mix or not?
I would think so. I would think that linebacker watch and tight end watch are kind of running simultaneously.
So what's the discussion like right now with the Texans 11 picks away? I think they're definitely talking about the tight end, and then they're probably looking at the surprises and saying, all right, the linebacker, we visited with CJ Allen. Do we like CJ Allen here? Do we feel like there's another tight end that could fall? Also Keontae Scott. Don't sleep on Keontae Scott going earlier than we think. Keontae Scott is a guy who he's a corner. He's also very physical. He is older, but he does play the Petrie role, and I think he's really good at it. So do not sleep on the possibility of Keontae Scott, even though it was anticipated that he was going to be more of a fourth rounder. I feel like that's a guy that DeMeco Rams might fall in absolute love with.
Carolina has traded up to Minnesota spot, and the pick is in.
All right, so here we go. Carolina, Texans about to be 10 picks away. The pick is in. We'll talk about the localized impact of this Carolina pick. Texans are 10 picks away. And right now I'm looking at tight end. I'm looking at linebacker based on how things have fallen. And I'm looking at Keontae Scott out of Miami. Perhaps a little bit earlier, but I like him a lot.
Have you think they've maybe had, so the Carolina moves up two spots, and they traded. Huh? That doesn't make sense.
Does Pregnon enter the conversation at all?
For Carolina?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I think they spent like $20 million on a guard a couple years ago.
I'm talking about the Texans. My bad.
I just asked you for Carolina, and you said yes.
I was trying to figure out who this was. It's Jake Delhomme. He looks the same age too.
Former Texan.
Yeah, he would be doing the Texans next pick if in my bit draft, Jake Delhomme is there, but he's not. So there you go.
Lee Hunter.
Big Lee Hunter going to Carolina.
Wow.
Carolina Panthers had Lee Hunter. The slide kind of stops a little bit. Lee Hunter, guy that we were talking about early in the process. Really kind of a favor for the Texans if we're talking about the localized impact, because now that you have Caden McDonald, you weren't in the Lee Hunter market. So that's just kind of like a pushing it back closer to where the Texans are now 10 spots away. So Big Lee going to Carolina. And we await the tight end run.
Swarm.
Go JD says, if Anthony Hill is available, should we just jump on him and bring him down 290? Our best tight end available. Okay, so he's talking Austin. Or best tight end available is a conversation. The linebacker conversation, you put Anthony Hill in there too.
Between those two, I would pick best tight end available, which for me would be Sam Roush.
Yeah, there's just a lot of linebackers available right now with Allen, Hill, Galday. There's a lot. Chuck, appreciate you, my friend. He says, who is the number one tight end You talking about Landry. I'm talking about Sam Roush out of Stanford. I like Eli Stowers because I'm open to a wide receiver. I think he can kind of play both roles. I would still, though, if I drafted Eli Stowers, I would still draft another tight end, more of a traditional one. But the guy I like is Sam Roush out of Stanford. The short arms is kind of what's being nitpicked. Probably didn't catch the ball as well as he should have, but he's a badass blocker. Kind of has the makeup that they're looking for. And plus, they can start a Stanford posse, too. They already have the Iowa State posse. They can start a Stanford posse with Dalton Schultz, and Roush. So there we go. And by the way, this will be the Texans' final pick of today if things hold up based on the trades that have been made.
Correct. Yeah, the picks that they have available still 59, which is the only selection left today, and then 106, 117, which that's enough to probably get you into the very, very back of the third round.
Now, here's a question. Do you consider a running back here? Do you consider Mike Washington?
If you want speed, that's what you would consider.
Jason says linebacker Jacob from Red Raiders for our next pick. Yeah, that happened. That's why I got to read these a little quicker. My bad, sir.
Oh, that was an old one. I thought it was new. I was like, I have some bad news.
It kind of was new. I think it was newer.
I have some bad news for you, my friend. He's on the Miami Dolphins now.
All right, so the pick is in, which means the Texans are now 9 picks away. We're looking at tight ends. We're looking at linebackers. I think the wide receiver option is kind of dead at this point. With Boston being gone, unless you consider Eli Stowers a wide receiver.
They have to have at least had the Jermod McCoy Tennessee cornerback conversation in the room. Right?
I think Scott. I think if they're going corner, it's going to be Scott kind of.
He can play inside.
Nickel, yeah. I would not be surprised to see them take Keontae Scott here. And some people think it's a little bit too early, but he just seems like a very swarmy guy.
So we got 9 picks till the Texans. Let's build the 9 players here. Obviously, those 9 aren't necessarily going to go. Let's call it Roush, tight end from Stanford, Hill at linebacker,
Allen
at linebacker. So Hill from Texas at linebacker, Allen from Georgia at linebacker,
Stowers
from Cincinnati at linebacker,
Stowers
from Vanderbilt at tight end. There's
Pregnon.
5. Pregnon, the guard from Oregon. There's 6.
Keontae Scott.
Corner from Miami. There's 7.
Mike Washington out of Arkansas.
Running back from Arkansas. That's 8.
And then Oscar Delp out of Georgia.
And then Delp, the tight end out of Georgia. So one of those 9 players, unless those 9 guys are the next 9 picks. And if that happens, we need to go to the casino immediately.
Oh, it's too damn late.
No, they stay open late in Louisiana. I'll come back for the draft party.
Too damn late. All right, here we go. So Ed Reed would be doubling up. He would be doing a Jets too in the bid draft. Damn, Curtis Martin. Sir, can I see your ID? That's what they say to him when he goes to a bar.
Jeez, Curtis, he's still looking good.
Good Lord. You guys are looking young.
I love how some of these organizations have a Hall of Famer and some of them have a punter.
Well, he went to Pitt was why they had him up there. They're trying to do the Pitt bit.
Gotcha. Right, the Bills guy went to Pitt or whatever way back in the day that we never heard of.
And Curtis Martin went to Pitt too, didn't he?
I'll take your word for it. I don't know off the top of my head.
D'Angelo Pons, cornerback out of Indiana, a national champion.
Well, if the Texans had really needed a corner on the outside, I would have thought Pons would have fit. He's a small guy. He's not even 5'9", but you talk about the, check the boxes as like the mentality and all the stuff they talk about. He does it, man. He was. I have no idea if he's going to work in the NFL at 5'8".
McCoy must be just absolutely cooked.
This is, if you remember last year, the Michigan corner, Johnson, he slipped, but he didn't even slip this far. He had a similar thing where his knee was messed up, people thought he was a top guy at corner, and he slipped in the second round. The Cardinals took him. And McCoy must have spaghetti for ligaments or something.
Yeah, there's a big fall there. 8 picks away. So the Jets. So now we go to as tight end watch continues. LB, we go to Minnesota, who is now on the clock. And are they going to take the safety or not? Is McNeil Warren going or not? Where are we at?
I mean, this is they could definitely take him. Yeah, I think either him or Green Bay might take the safety too. They've had some defenders depart recently.
Well, it'd be crazy if they took Roush and you have 2 Stanford tight ends, 3 Iowa State wide receivers. Just really weird mix right there. That is.
Yeah, it's not like you have Penn State tight ends or Iowa tight ends and like like LSU wide receivers. You just have to get it done.
I want to ask PR. I want to have like a Jeopardy, and I want it to be Dalton Schultz versus Davis Mills versus Sam Roush if Sam Roush arrives, and see who's the smartest Stanford grad.
That's actually a great question. Which one of them is the smartest?
Davis.
He's a quarterback. You'd think he's a little bit
Davis.
quicker than some of the other 2 guys.
Dalton's pretty smart, but Davis for sure.
Let me hold on. Roush has got to have, I guarantee he's like one of those graduated in 3 years.
Go look up his degree.
Is it like rocket science or something?
It's something that neither of us can relate to. All right, here we go. Vikings pick is in. This guy does not look. Brian O'Neill.
Oh, he's their offensive tackle, their right tackle.
Yeah, we're just going all pit here. It's cool. There you go. Our guy. We liked him a lot. Jake Golday out of Cincinnati. Badass. 6'4.5", 239.
Damn it.
I liked him. He was, but now you still have Anthony Hill and Allen. But yeah, Golday, he's a beast.
That was my guy. 6'4", played in the slot for Cincinnati a little bit. They had him cover tight ends and some wide receivers. Had him rush off the edge a couple of different times. And would have been a very different style of linebacker than what the Texans currently have if he'd made it to them and they picked him. But he's going to Minnesota.
Boy, the tight end run, though, has not happened. So that's the good news here. And there's only been 1 tight end taken in this whole draft with the Texans 7 picks away. Hey, maybe they try to force it and try to wait even longer with this. I just don't know. I just think it's got to happen. Green Bay wasted no time. The Green Bay Packers waste no time. They could do a number of things, really, Green Bay.
This is their first pick, yes?
This is their first pick, and it's about to be the Colts' first pick. So we have not seen the Colts yet as a result of going heavy on the sauce. So we'll see what happens with the Colts. We have not seen the Colts or Jags. Half the division has not made a pick yet.
Yeah, Jags are on the radar here. They're coming up here eventually in the batting order.
There's talk about Washington perhaps being Jacksonville's pick.
So Roush was a STEM scholar athlete and has working towards a master's in computer science.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he ain't dumb.
Yeah.
I mean, with the Stanford, so we knew that, but
very nerdy guy.
He is
very
not
nerdy
dumb.
guy.
All right, so C.J. Allen and Anthony Hill, top of the linebackers.
Here's the remaining picks for the Texans, if y'all are wondering. 59, 106, 117, 141, 243. This will be their last pick of day 2. So day 2, not as active as we thought, but when you get a guy who we wondered would even be there at 28, charge it to the game, keep the change.
And with those 2 4th-round picks, I think you could probably get into the back part of the third. I wouldn't put it past them if they really felt strongly about somebody. I'm obviously rooting for them to keep those selections, so we have some fun at Dave and Buster's tomorrow.
Well, it's going to be fun no matter what because we're going to get to talk about everything going on and observe.
Sure.
So, yeah, you sound like a draft party person now. There you go.
Swarm.
This effing guy. ESG Soccer, go ahead.
No, because we can always talk about what happened.
I'm just kidding.
But it's always fun to sit with the people and predict what's going to happen. Nobody was calling Woody Marks last year.
This is true. Our tight ends are our worst position group, surely, ? Soft Schultz.
Feckless.
What are we saying there? I've never used the word feckless in my life. And the eternally injured Brevin Jordan. Do we have any money to pick someone up after?
I mean, weak and ineffective.
Yeah, that's a hell of a word right there by you, ESG Soccer.
Did he list Foster Moreau?
No, he did not, and I don't blame him. Yeah, it's 2 down. It's very bad. I don't know that we need to be insulting Schultz at this point. Where does Delp rank at tight end? Top 3.
Top 3 that's left for me.
Yeah, top 3. He's on the list I'm looking at. He's 5th, but I don't agree with having.
You nor I are Max Clare guys, and
I'm not. They might be.
Correct. I'm not. They might be, but I'm not. And then neither one of us are big Justin Jolie guys.
No, Justin Jolie. No, thank you.
Although you had, as someone in the chat put yesterday,
oh God, I know where this is going.
Big Red in the first round, then Big Christmas.
That's a reach. Even that's an even reach for who the hell is this guy? Look like a damn PE teacher up there, sir. Who is this?
That's the fullback.
How old is John Kuhn? Didn't he play in the 2000s?
He looks like Santa Claus.
How old is this guy? All the other guys look young. How old is this guy? He retired in 2015. My goodness.
He looks like he's 70 years old.
Goodness gracious. All right, another corner. Yeah, the leg's got to be absolutely cooked with McCoy. We might be talking about day 3 at this point.
I mean, go ahead and draft him with that first pick in the 5th round. I'll be fine with it. Brandon Cisse, Cacerio did some on-field stuff with him at the South Carolina Pro Day. So there were some people were putting some connections there with the Texans, but he's going to go to the Packers.
I think we really got to be thinking about Keontae Scott or a tight end here. Maybe the trade up, not too crazy like you're talking about, but I think we got to be thinking Keontae Scott.
Yeah, both of those 4ths for like one of the last few picks of the 3rd.
Yeah, we're getting to the back end of the 2nd.
I'm not necessarily in favor of this because of the players that should be available. But if there was a team in the 3rd round that had multiple selections and the Texans wanted to go from 59 and pick up 2 selections in the 3rd, I'm not opposed to that. You might go down a level of player, but you'd get more. Like the Browns have 70 and 74.
Here we go. Colts first pick.
Let's see what Indianapolis gets into here. Pick's already in.
Yep, Pat McAfee. Here we go. This is going to be
boy.
I don't see you enough on here. It was cool when you weren't on here 24/7, brother. Now let's just say the pick and get off the stage.
Hey, man, you almost ruined WrestleMania.
Yeah, don't blame him for that.
Who do I blame?
Whoever sued Vince McMahon. That's who you blame.
I don't know. After the second night, it felt like Vince was still in charge because Roman was still standing tall.
All right, McAfee. All right, dude. You do this every day, dude. It's the bit. We don't need a bit. Just get off the stage. Just say the pick.
Remember when his agent leaked that he's going to get into Hollywood and he'll be the next Sylvester Stallone?
No, I don't remember that.
Well, I've seen that a few times and it makes me laugh every time. Dude, shut up and make the pick.
Dude. Thank you. Please. CJ Allen out of Georgia.
Okay. Well, I hate CJ Allen now because McAfee took 17 minutes to pick him. All right, there goes one of the linebackers.
They've gotten rid of quite a lot of players on defense. So there you go. CJ Allen is an Indianapolis Colts. So that means the Texans will be seeing him a couple times. So if you wanted CJ Allen on the squad, not going to happen. Texans now 5 picks away.
Philly's a potential tight end spot.
6 picks away. Philly is a tight end spot. Goddard was only signed to a 1-year deal. So there you go. So you don't have much on the CJ Allen pick.
I mean, look, Zaire Franklin's their dude there at linebacker. So Allen's going to get to learn under him.
Are they going to trade him?
Maybe they will after this, or maybe he's a camp cut or something. Georgia people loved Allen, and the rumor was that they let him call the defense, and if he needed to make if there was adjustment that needed to be made, the DC would just call it out to him. But they let him basically call the defense for the Bulldogs. Smaller player, but smart player, good enough athlete at the linebacker spot. Would have preferred to see him not in the division.
Yeah, Zaire's a Packer, isn't he?
Who's the linebacker I'm thinking of? Did they get rid of all their line?
Yeah, they just got rid of Zaire. He's with Micah, so there's a lot of talking there now. Yeah, Zaire gone.
They don't have any linebackers. Good Lord.
Yeah, that's why they needed him. Philadelphia's pick is in.
They didn't waste any time.
He got traded after he argued with Jeff Teague. ESG Soccer says bringing Cody a 1-of-1 Rook, Petrie, and LL a dictionary. Yeah, I'll take it. Hex says, which tight end do y'all prefer? Bryant, Quintariano, Kahali Waring? Quintariano on that list. Quintariano.
Yeah, Quintariano. Damn, Brian Westbrook did not waste any time. He hustled his ass up there.
Because his son's moving around a lot. He's like, son, let's get the hell out of here.
This McAfee stuff's got to go.
There you go. Eli Stowers is going to Philadelphia.
Get the realtor ready, AJ Brown. Get the realtor ready, buddy.
So there you go. It'll be interesting to see how they use him. But Eli Stowers.
Finally a tight end, air quotes.
So does this start a tight end run before the Texans? With the Texans being 5 picks away, that is the question. Stowers was another. So the guys that we've talked about, Allen and Stowers, that was 2 of the 8 or 9 that we threw out. They're gone. Mm-hmm. So CJ Allen, Stowers, now it's getting kind of real.
Patriots, I don't know which guy has some character concerns.
Rich Boy J says, I picked Quintariano. Shocker. All right, who are you picking? Are you picking Kahali Waring or Harrison Bryant or Quintariano? Come on.
I'm not picking Bryant. I could barely remember his name. Oh, the Chargers are on the clock now.
The Chargers are on the clock. Are they going to get a tight end? Is this the tight end run? There's a trade. The New England Patriots. Man, that's messed up. They're just trying to get rid of all their day 3 picks because their coach is going to be in counseling. This isn't even a genuine trade, man. What if Diana Rossini would have broke her Twitter silence to say, report Patriots trading up? This isn't even genuine, dude. They're just trying to get rid of picks because he's not going to be there tomorrow. Yeah, stop.
Trying to make all their selections.
Swarm.
What are the Pats doing?
The Pats are probably taking a tight end.
Are they a sneaky tight end team? They got Hunter Henry.
Yeah, they are probably taking a tight end to help Will Campbell. So like do
Will Campbell.
do two pairs of short arms equal long arms? They're gonna have Sam Rouse line up next to Will Campbell so that like two short arms can just kind of nub guys back. Kyle Nance says forgot about Gabe Yakus.
Yeah, Gabe Yakus, defensive end from Illinois.
No place I'd rather be. Astros, Rockets, both getting that ass whooped. Per to Rhino. How about are the Rockets getting their ass whooped?
They've already started getting their ass whooped?
Is this just a frustration? Like they're down 4.
Oh, the Astros are down. The Astros are down 4 as well. To the Yankees. All right, hold this down for a second.
All right, so yeah, Texans 5 picks away. We're looking tight end. New England is on the clock. New England is a sneaky tight end. Now, there's been 2 tight ends that have gone so far, and both of those guys unique skill sets. Obviously, with Sadiq, there was whispers that maybe the Texans were interested. He's a good blocker. Stowers, something could be more of a receiver. We really haven't seen like a traditional tight end, and we know that's a need for the Texans. There's also a possibility of Keontae Scott, who would be a true backup for Jalen Petrie. Jalen Petrie's, when we go to practice, Jalen Petrie basically is practicing by himself. Like he has his own area. Maybe Keontae Scott can be a guy that can kind of fill that void if and when Petrie misses games. So I'd keep an eye on Keontae Scott, older guy out of Miami. I feel like DeMeco would like him. Keep an eye on him. And then the linebackers that we've talked about, Golday's gone, Allen's gone. Do they like Anthony Hill? I don't know whether they do or don't, but maybe Anthony Hill is a possibility as well. As far as the edge guys, like an edge guy falling to you, I think it would be a little bit of a surprise if they went in that area in this situation. But you never really know with them. But you think that the tight end is something that they really, really, really need to address. You have a couple of DBs that are falling that might be helping them. McCoy out of Tennessee, something's wrong with that leg. McNeil Warren looks like he could fall into round 3. And then Emmanuel Pregnon, a guy that we talked about a lot. I wonder how they feel about him. Look, I don't think they came into this draft saying we want to take 2 guards, but goodness gracious, like at this point, when you get down to 59 and the guy's there and he's a good guard, like why the hell not?
You're eventually going to need somebody to replace Ingram and Teller if you think that Rutledge is a center. It almost confirmed that Rutledge is a center too. Though I think DeMeco did plenty to kind of, you play all over in the inside.
Yeah, that's kind of where I am at this point. With that. Wow, Christopher says they paid the Rossini tax for that trade up. What was the tax? They just because he has to go to counseling. Yeah. And by the way, this is not a moral thing. I see people saying, "Oh, no, we're not talking about the morals. I just think it's a funny story."
How about some former Texans on the move news? The Vikings are trading Jonathan Grenard to the Philadelphia Eagles for a 3rd-round pick this year and a 3rd-round pick next year. And then the Grenard and the Eagles reached a deal on a new 4-year, $100 million extension.
Good for him, man.
$50 million fully guaranteed. That from Adam Schefter.
All right, so the Pats pick is in.
They have some. I mean, they've surely have. They don't even have somebody there.
There you go. There's Gabe Yakus.
It's kind of boring, but okay.
Edge out of Illinois.
At least they'll start. Their first rounder can't even start.
So there we go. Texans 4 picks away. Tight end run, not happening. I think Keontae Scott's the guy here. I think Keontae Scott's the guy.
The Petrie backup.
Yep. Petrie backup, swarmy, nasty, tight end, still a lot of depth, perhaps trade up. But maybe they like Roush. ESG Soccer again. How many years of infidelity does it take to be considered cheating on your side piece with your wife? I guess 6 isn't enough. Shout out to Mikey Rossini. Yeah, that is crazy that she's having an affair and then names the kid Mike.
Yeah,
that's kind of crazy, man. I feel bad. I mean, I feel bad for the hubby, man. I feel bad for the hubby. And she's just going around just anyway. Drunk underscore Texan says turned off the Rockets game. SMH. What happened? I thought they were down 4 points.
Is that bad?
They're down 7. They're down 7 at the end of the half. It's fine.
Oh, well, they're done then.
The Jags are on the clock, and the pick is in.
Does Jacksonville have some Pittsburgh player hanging out that is going to go make their pick?
The Jags. So the Jags are making their first pick.
Is there anybody here that you'd be like, damn, the Jags got him?
No, not really.
They did, if I remember correctly.
I would be interested to see Mike Washington there and how they handled that, but
if I remember correctly, they lost one of their blocking tight ends. They do have Brenton Strange, who's I think really good.
Paul Poslunsky, straight out of Penn State,
formerly named or nicknamed Captain America.
There we go. They did go tight end via College Station, a guy we were not talking about. But if you want a blocking tight end, there aren't too many better.
This is quite early for Borkerker. Quite early.
And by I mean better. I mean as one-dimensional as him. Good Lord.
Yeah, this is a bit of a reach here. This is. I mean, the Jaguar is good at Jaguar, but there's about 5 or 6 guys I feel like are better than him.
How did they find all these receiving highlights from him? My goodness. There we go.
I think they're showing every single one of them.
Went in there. They didn't show any blocking, so there we go. Jags take him. God, he looks stiffer than a wedding dong out there. Chicago pick is in, so the Texans are 2 picks away. Chicago could be going safety. I've said that. McNeil Warren, anybody want McNeil Warren? What did he do?
Well, Chicago's not drafting. They just drafted Thieneman.
That was Jacksonville, brother.
They drafted Thieneman in the first round, a safety. So they're not drafting McNeil Warren.
Okay. I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting confused. They could still go safety. Yeah, they could absolutely still go safety.
No.
At this point, yeah, they could. Didn't Branch play with Caleb Williams at USC?
Didn't Branch play with Caleb Williams at USC?
They just lost DJ Moore. Branch, I'm pretty sure and pretty certain that he played with Caleb Williams at USC. I think he was like the top recruit in the nation, if I'm not mistaken. So maybe they go Branch here to replace DJ Moore,
the wide receiver from Georgia.
Yes, because he started at USC.
2023 USC.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was at USC.
Well, Pregnant also blocked for him.
Yeah.
So there's a couple of Caleb Williams connects if you're trying to satisfy the quarterback.
Yeah.
A couple former Trojans.
The problem with Pregnon is Joe Tooney's their left guard, and he's not going anywhere anytime soon. And Pregnon, if he's going to wait, he'll be 30 by the time he's on the field.
I cannot believe the Jags did that at tight end. That was very interesting, especially for a position that we've been focused on. The Jags went up and took a tight end, and Pick him there. A trade down would not hurt my feelings. People are bringing up a trade down. Trade down would not hurt my feelings. I'll take some more picks.
Call Cleveland. Get two of their get two of their picks there in the third.
What if Chicago goes with the surprising tight end? That would be really weird with Cole Kmet and Colson Loveland. But I would say stranger things have happened. But I don't know if I've seen too many things stranger than that. I think it's a USC guy. I think it's a Caleb Williams former teammate, and either Pregnon or Pregnon was at USC 2 years, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so he was there Caleb Williams' final season, and Branch was there as well for a while.
Oh, the Bears. The Bears have like three guys that I'm like somewhat familiar with because I did that deep dive on the practice squads when the Texans had one tight end because Stover got hurt. So they have like a bunch of just like slappies at the tight end spot behind Loveland and Kmet. Don't draft a tight end, Chicago, please. I mean, Mike Washington?
Chicago?
Yeah.
No.
For life after DeAndre Swift?
No.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Big Citrus?
No, Chicago's got a good backfield.
Monungai and DeAndre Swift.
Yeah, they got a good backfield.
Anybody know when Kyle Monungai was drafted last year? After Graham Mertz is an acceptable answer.
Did you see that video they showed of Graham Mertz working out?
Yeah, he was doing like 10-pound tricep pull downs.
He looked like someone who called next at the YMCA and just went over there and did like a goofy workout waiting till the game ended. Why'd they even do him like that?
I don't know.
I think he's one of the go-tos of the social media team. I think he's always willing to do stuff. Let's get to some chats here. We shout out to everyone. We hope to see you tomorrow at Draft Mania.
Swarm.
JB Bubblehead says, Landry, you said it wrong. Yeah, usually that happens. He said Goodell said Acas.
It's Acas.
Okay, Acas. Okay, sorry. That's on me, my friend. Won't be the last time, I promise you. Right tackle Dixon Mayaz, according to Alpha Aaron.
Hey, bro. Alpha Aaron here.
There we go. ESG Soccer says adult literacy books not delivered till Sunday. Dang it. Sucks. By the way, Aaron's got to quit saying follow up when he has two questions. He just needs to say, I have two questions. It's really bothering the journalism nerd in me. Like, I'm tired of him saying that. And I have a follow up. Dude, a follow up is actually it's not premeditated. A follow up is based on the actual words. You're not listening to the words when you ask your first question. It's not a follow up. It's being a journalism nerd. Just say I have two questions. I'm gonna talk to him about this.
Please do it when I'm nowhere in earshot. Jimbo Covert. Who is this announcing the Bears pick?
I don't know. This looks like a guy that wears his Super Bowl ring everywhere. Good Lord. He could go to a funeral, and this guy, if he has an 85 Super Bowl ring, he's wearing it everywhere. Doesn't he just look like one of those assholes?
Played at Pitt.
Oh, there you go. The center, Logan Jones, has been selected. So there you go. You were wondering, this is the first center, correct?
If you don't count Keylan Rutledge.
Yeah, we don't know if we don't know where he's going to play. So there you go. So we wondered when the center run would happen. Right in front of where the Texans were going to pick. There was not a center run, but the first center selected. So Logan Jones, he gone.
Jones is a little bit smaller than the other centers, but apparently he crushed all his interviews at the college.
Yeah, we should have known this center. Their Pro Bowl center did freaking retire in his 20s. Probably should have seen that coming.
Yeah, but they traded for the Patriots center.
The Browns have traded up. Did the Browns just snipe the Texans? Are they going to draft the replacement for David Njoku?
Don't take snaps away from Harold Fannin.
And the pick is already in. The Browns are the Browns. This is revenge for the Deshaun Watson trade here at 58. The Browns pick is in.
Deshaun Watson trade.
Revenge is here.
Screw the Browns.
Here we go. Is it a tight end? They've already drafted 2 wide receivers. Maybe they finally look at the other side. I think Pregnon would maybe make sense. I just don't know that they're trying to win. They could also perhaps just take McCoy and say, screw it. Oh, gosh. Is this Joe Hayden? Yep. Joe Hayden.
Come on, get
McNeil Warren. There you go. Maction in Cleveland. It's only appropriate. Maction in Ohio go together like spaghetti and meatballs.
All right, there you go. So he finally comes off the board after a very long wait. He thought he might have been a first rounder, but ended up on the Browns. Now the Texans are on the clock here.
All right, what are we thinking? Texans are on the clock right now. You've already added a DT, and you've added an interior offensive lineman. What are we thinking here? Tight end is a possibility. I think Keontae Scott out of Miami, also a possibility to keep an eye on. That would be where my attention is. Linebacker, it feels like a little bit of a long shot. I think some of the guys that they would have liked are gone. So I'm looking at Keontae Scott, and I'm looking at tight end.
Yeah, tight ends. I mean, Max Clare's on the board. Not my favorite tight end available. Sam Roush on the board. That'd be the pick here, or that'd be a good pick here as well. If they wanted to add a guard, Pregnon is still available. Anthony Hill, athletic, but I don't think that's the pick here, right? Or at least I hope it's not. I'd go with the tight end or even the guard before I'd go with him. I like some of these other.
The pick is in, so the Texans have made their third selection, and if stuff holds up, their final selection of the day two. Well, I mean, but if you walk away with McDonald, that's fine. So here you go. Texans about to make a pick. Billy Miller walking up there again, taking his sweet time. Nah, he's got good tempo. He's ready.
He's got good tempo.
So here we go. The pick is in, and Billy Miller is pointing to the Texans fans. I don't recognize any of those fans. Already added McDonald. Are they going to throw us a curveball?
Certainly possible.
Will they celebrate? Here we go. All right, Billy. You've already had your time. This is his time too. You're supposed to just go up there and make the pick, brother. Let's go. Marlon Klein, the big German.
Oh, my goodness. Tight end, yes, but not what we were expecting at the tight end spot. Wow.
I like the big German, though, so they like the big German.
Wow. You asked for some sauerkraut the other day, Landry. You get the sauerkraut. Give me a sauerkraut.
Give me a bratwurst.
Wow.
There we go.
Marlon Klein.
Give me a bratwurst. Now, I'll say this about Marlon Klein. Massive human being. I think you and I, if you were talking about doubling up on tight ends, I think we were very in favor of Marlon Klein. Now, here's the interesting thing about Marlon Klein. He played behind Barner with Seattle, and he played behind Colson Loveland with Michigan. So he never really got a chance to kind of spread his wings. And by the time he was ready to spread his wings, they kind of had a project quarterback, and their offense was kind of stagnant. He never had a chance to catch passes from really a competent quarterback. It was kind of Underwood trying to find his way. He's pretty complete. He's not the worst blocker, and there might be some untapped potential when it comes to receiving. So I like Marlon Klein. I didn't think he was going to go this early, but I would have really, really liked for him to end up on the team. I like this pick.
Klein's definitely in sort of that tier 2. If you count Sadiq as tier 1, then maybe you'd say Klein is tier 3. But I like Marlon Klein a good amount. I don't like him as much as Roush or some of the other tight ends that are available right now, but that's a big bet on potential because he has, obviously, as you mentioned, sat a lot. He's been behind some good tight ends. He's watched some good tight ends. At the combine, he talked about how important it was when they brought some tight ends in for him to kind of reassess and understand what competition means and make himself better with that. And this is a guy that when he went in the meeting with the Texans, he said that he absolutely loved DeMeco Ryans, and they had a great meeting. They had a formal meeting at the combine. And if you remember, DeMeco originally was not going to the combine. He ended up there, ended up in a meeting with Marlon Klein. They hit it off, and now the big German is headed to Houston. And boy, if you thought there were a lot of German media people there for the edge of the roster guys, there's going to be a lot of German media people here in training camp for Marlon Klein.
Yeah, and I think he could end up being a really good player. I like this this player a lot. Look, we've been talking a lot about Roush. I think Roush is good, but I don't think there's like some sort of like crazy like pound the table outrage for Klein. So we knew they needed a tight end, and that's the other thing. We knew the two biggest needs that we thought that they had heading into this day. They addressed both of them, and now it's just basically they can truly go best player available. I know Cacerio likes to say he doesn't know what drafting for need is. They've done it. They've done it twice today, and we will see what this looks like. But I like Klein a lot. You mentioned unrealized, untapped potential.
Yep.
I think that's kind of where it is. And you also, by the way, you drafted a Michigan and Ohio State guy in the same draft. How about that?
You definitely
same day.
You definitely have to develop him, or we're going to look back and say, well, you got nothing out of this pick. There's a lot of development that has to occur, but if he hits the middle of his potential, it's a really solid pick. If he hits the top end of his potential, it's a tight end that you can use as a blocker and a receiver, and easily be one of the top two guys in your tight end room.
Well, I agree with what you're saying, but I kind of disagree with what you're saying because, yeah, I get what you're saying on the surface, but yeah, he probably needs to develop. But I don't know how, even while trying to develop, being better than Cade Stover, like from the jump, I don't think it's like too far fetched to think that Klein could immediately be better than Cade Stover just right off the lick, right off the rip. I don't think it's crazy.
He's a freak athlete, so big guy gets in the way and worked behind a bunch of good guys, saw how it was done. He does not have a lot of production, so certainly not in the receiving game. But he's a big body. Put him out there, get him blocking.
I mean, who was he going to catch from this year, especially? I mean, my goodness. But yeah, Klein will be interesting. I would have liked to have him on the team, but there you go. Tight end need. There you go. Let's go to the chat real quick too. Go ahead, Suits.
Definitely in a tier below some of the tight ends we had been talking about for me.
Yeah, so you had him, but you have him below Roush, you have him below Delp, and I would still be okay with double dipping. Like this might go back to kind of the theme of the day where you might not have liked the order in which it happened, but you like the combo that you ended up with McDonald and Rutledge. I would not be opposed to double dipping at tight end even now if something happens and something falls. I'm okay with it.
Oh yeah, I would, if you wanted to add maybe a little bit more of a pure blocker later on, go for it.
Yep, so there you go. Marlon Klein is the pick.
Big bet on potential.
Big bet on potential. Yeah, that's a that kind of feels like a theme outside of the McDonald pick.
Swarm.
Evan on the chat says, I need the soundbite. Swarm, definitely swarm. I think Marlon Klein is swarm. Is that true or false?
I think he grew into the swarm mindset at Michigan, yes.
What is Marlon Klein's height?
Marlon Klein is 6'6", 250.
Okay, so he's 1 inch shorter than Myaz. So, yeah, there you go. So you get a Michigan guy, a 6'6", not quite 6'7", but there you go. Yeah.
Swarm. I think he would fit in.
Myaz was 6'7", right?
I think so.
One Mortal 2 says, looks like Cody is getting sauerkraut with his McDonald's night. Yes, so that is the bet if you're just tuning in. So here's what Cody has to do. He has to drink 2 liters of Big Red, 2 liters of Big Red for the Big Red Rutledge, 40 chicken nuggets for McDonald, and he has to, as his dipping sauce, he has to use sauerkraut as his dipping sauce on the Nuggets. So that is the challenge, and he has to do it all while wearing the Caden McDonald face paint.
Boy, the Rams just took Max Clare.
So there you go, Max Clare. The tight end run is upon us. The Texans have started it. Big E says, you think they bring Barnett back with no edge pick early? It's always a possibility. It's always a possibility. I don't know. Maybe get younger. Space City Ballers says better than Stover already. So he's not even waiting for the development. I agree. Zachary says, at what point do they think about trading up for McCoy? He doesn't have to be ready right away in this CB room. Something's wrong with him. I don't know.
They may not need to trade up for him. He keeps dropping.
ESG Soccer says, CJ shaking, only drafted alpha boys today, man up. CJ went and visited Rutledge yesterday at his hotel, Rutledge said. So CJ's kind of excited about this, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Preston says, this gives me James Casey vibes. He likes it.
James Casey was more of like a fullback than a true tight end. Klein's just a good old flat-out tight end.
James Casey was like everything in the world at Rice, like everything. Another team captain, per Hunter Chase, the big German. Glenn P says, a lot of people mad about No Hill. I don't know how to feel. I'm not as big on Anthony Hill. I watched every snap of his career. I'm not as big on him as a lot of Texas fans are. Could this send Stover packing? And if Roush is available tomorrow, it could be interesting. If Roush is available tomorrow, let's double up.
Yeah, why not?
Let's double up, double dip.
Get a couple of 6'5", 250-pound monsters and add them to that room.
So there you go. Marlon Klein out of Michigan is the pick.
Now, we'll say, betting on a tight end that needs some development.
What does need some development mean?
He hasn't done anything. He hasn't been on the field. He hasn't been playing football but for like a few years now. But needs to develop, needs to get more reps, more opportunities. Betting on a former center and offensive lineman as your tight end coach to coach him up is pretty intriguing. You would have thought you would have taken a little bit more ready-made tight end. Give the tight ends coach who's never coached tight ends before a little bit less of a challenge. But
so you think this is water polo tight end 2.0?
Absolutely in the realm of possibility. Absolutely. The floor is this guy never steps on the field. Which is pretty much what Kahale Waring did.
Well, that would look pretty bad.
That'd be awful.
Especially at a position of need like this. I would bet that the draft nerds don't love this pick, I will say.
I'd bet the draft nerds despise this pick. They probably hate it more than the Burkhardt pick from Jacksonville.
I mean, he did have 24 catches last year. Is that
supposed to be good?
No, but he had 24. He was asked to block a lot. Oh no. We'll see. I want to see what this looks like in front of us. You've kind of killed the vibe of this.
I'm sorry. I brought reality to the conversation.
Swarm.
Just trying to embrace the.
Hold on. Let me go get my German media pass, and I'll just act like German media, and this is the greatest thing ever.
I'm just
Jakob Johnson was basically Franco Harris to those people.
I'm trying to embrace the bratwurst. Okay. Pause. Hopefully this pick sends Stover and Jordan's unproductive asses packing come the fall. Yeah, that would be cool. I don't think Cody's too optimistic on that.
We have some viewers in Germany. They got to be jumping for joy right now. We've heard from them from before.
Yeah. So is Jakob still around?
No. No, I don't think so. Also, This is another one of those, like, if you're concerned if Kaylee can figure out how to use the guy, this is definitely one of the, like, I don't know if Kaylee can use this guy.
I mean, he's more of traditional than like having to like get creative with Sadiq and all that.
He has the body type and the experience of being able to be on the end of the line as well as go out there and be a receiver. So he's got some versatility from what you would ask from the tight end.
Ooh, versatility. Houston JP says, does Kaylee love tight ends? That's what he said.
He said he did, but he hasn't proved it yet.
Yeah, that's what he said. So there you go. And then the Rams took Claire right after. So there's the connection right there. There's always the connection when they take the guy right after. And
Klein might be the biggest overdraft in Cacerio's tenure.
What about Juice Scruggs?
Yeah, some people thought Klein could go in the 5th round.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought he was a double up. I like him on the squad, though. Do I trust them at tight end, though? That's I gotta get out of this mindset. Maybe I was still on the McDonald high. Maybe I was just still on the McDonald high. Some people say Graham Mertz was the biggest Cacerio overdraft. ESG Soccer says Sagan being so buns makes me nervous for Klein.
Is he talking about Shingun?
I don't know. He spelled it like Tyler Sagan from the Stars. Is he?
I think he's meant Shingun.
Shingun's Turkish.
I guess he just assumes all the Europeans are the same.
Race car!
On the chat, this was the biggest waste of a second-round pick by the Texans since Benny Jopru. Cacerio just has to screw things up every draft. Can't draft a tight end or a lineman.
Woo! Benny Jopru drafted right before.
Come on, Evan. Evan says that Graham Mertz needs to go play in Iraq.
Oh, come on.
Come on, man.
Come on.
Goodness gracious.
I would have preferred Roush and I would have preferred Delp. And maybe a few other guys. But I did like Klein. I just didn't think he was going to be a second rounder.
Let's talk about prize picks. If you had Marlon Klein on the team picks version as the third tight end selected, congratulations to you. You probably cashed out pretty heavily if you had made that play. Don't know that was on the board, but if it had been, who knows? Carson Beck is on the board, though, on the team picks section. Tell the people about team picks, Cody, because we're used to the DFS section, but there's also the team picks section of prize picks.
Yeah, you go in the app and you go to the top and you turn the player section to the team pick section. You make your predictions that way. Like, where is Carson Beck going to go? You make your predictions with variety of sports, from basketball to baseball to football and the draft like we have right now. Use the code HMA when you get signed up. On the player section, when you play your first $5, you get $50 in free lineups. But you can also make your predictions in the team section. Get signed up with the code HMA. Use the link in the description down below, and you go make your predictions, like which team is going to draft Carson Beck. And you can predict no or yes for various teams. So you can go about it in a variety of different ways. They have tons of different things that you can predict in the NFL draft, as well as various other sporting events, and even culture. Pop culture is something you can make predictions on as well. So check it out in the Prize Picks app. And of course, if you're more into the player side of things, you could certainly do the player picks, where you predict just more or less on a given statistic, like assists, rebounds, 3-pointers made, things like that. And when you play your first $5 in player lineups, you'll get $50 in free lineups instantly added to your account when you sign up with the code HMA. The code is HMA.
All right, so we have the Chargers on the clock right now. Sean Merriman just did the lights out dance. If you're just tuning in, Cody hates the Klein pick.
It's not my favorite.
He is not very – he calls it the biggest overreach in Cacerio's tenure. ESG Soccer Says soft Euro boys, Cacerio being cute. Says he's out. So there you go. So the McDonald high that everyone was on. By the way, Chargers are getting 2 of the best tackles in the league back, and they just added a guy who some consider to be the best center in the draft in Jake Slaughter out of Florida. Some Texans fans perhaps would have liked to have Jake Slaughter on the roster. He will be a Charger, so you will see him. You just will not see him in a Texans uniform. So there we go. Jake Slaughter, the center who looks like he's like 63 years old, will be going to the Chargers. So tell the people why you hate the Marlon Klein pick.
It's just you're betting on a tremendous amount of development. I don't know how much day one stuff he's going to be able to help you do. Your tight end coach has never coached tight ends before and is a former offensive lineman. So there's just a lot of ifs that have to go in your favor. If Klein picks this up, if Klein picks that up, if he gets coached up, for this to be a maximized pick. The floor is that he never sees the field. The ceiling is a really good blocking and receiving tight end. But that's one of the least likely potential outcomes, I would tell you.
Yep. On the chat, few people weighing in on the tight end. Touch of Trent says, I hope Klein is a dog and shuts people up. I think Cody would agree with you.
Look, again, I did not dislike Marlon Klein to the point where I was like, don't draft him. I just wouldn't have drafted him in the second round.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to hear what people say about that, especially with how you had your pick after the first 2. So this isn't like it's kind of in a mix. You you had your pick, because I don't know that Stowers was ever a possibility. So you didn't think Sadiq was gonna be there, and Stowers most likely not a possibility for this team. And so they had their pick and they took their pick. So the Roush talk, the Delp talk, all that gone.
This feels, I would say it feels like Blake Fisher, but Fisher felt like a more legitimate pick in that range than Klein does. Because Cacerio had his pick of tackles when he drafted Fisher, and he picked the wrong one.
Yeah, it feels kind of maybe I just think it's safer because of the layout of the tight end position. Maybe I'm holding a second round pick to standards of being as good as Cade Stover and Brevin Jordan and Foster Moreau. Maybe I'm just kind of blinded by it. But what a second round tight end is actually supposed to be. Or maybe it's just because I liked him so much as a day 3 option that I'm kind of just blinded by it. Or maybe I'm just on the McDonald high. Who knows? It's going to be interesting to see what this kid looks like, because how many developmental picks can you have? Like, there's got to be, and maybe they're being a little bit secretive about the overall plan for Rutledge, and maybe there's some sort of vision that's going to play out and it'll surprise us, much like the Ursary last year. But how much time do you have to be developmental, especially at the tight end position? Like, the reality is the tight end play that you had last year, that cannot exist. And you're not getting to where you want to go if the tight end play behind Schultz is the same. You're not reaching your ultimate goals.
Yeah, there's a better chance this guy's buried on the depth chart than the backup to Schultz, whereas it felt like there were other tight ends that were that were easily going to be right behind Schultz.
Mike has some math. Mike Roberts has some math. He says 24 catches at Michigan is like 40 somewhere else, but damn, so sick of this bullshit. That Fort Worth guy says the odds Nick talks about Gronk during the presser. If he mentions Gronk here, he's going to get really cooked. If he mentions Gronk here, he's going to get extremely cooked. By the way, Seattle on the clock. We're about to wrap up round 2. We're moving on to round 3 with no picks.
Yeah, don't mention Gronk.
He won't do that because Gronk was a really good player. Gronk was injured. That was the problem with Gronk. Everyone knew he was a freak. Evan says, is Klein Kahali wearing 2.0? I'll let you answer that. There's your guy, Bud Clark, out of Seattle.
Oh, when you know it, a really good DB ends up in Seattle. That's kind of what they do over there. They have a good eye for that.
They got him and Imawari now. Damn.
That's one hell of a room. Is Marlon Klein Kahale wearing 2.0? Very possible. Very possible. Kahale might have been more productive in college. Hold on, let me go look up his college stats.
ESG again says we're all forgetting we subbed in Garbo Blake as 6th offensive lineman about 200 times. Come on. Klein going to be an extra offensive lineman. We're going to run the ball all year. Okay, so he's going to be the reporting eligible is gone. It's going to be Marlon Klein.
All right, Marlon Klein's career receiving stats.
All right. Say who he played behind. He played behind Barner. He played behind Barner and Colson Loveland.
I'm just going to give you the career receiving stats. You can provide the context as appropriate.
No. He played behind Colson Loveland and Barner at Michigan.
And they also had some other pretty good tight ends in the room too.
And his offensive coordinator was more focused on getting his assistant pregnant than getting him the ball. Let's be serious.
Yeah, I guess I forgot how good the 2016 San Diego State Aztecs were. I guess I should just So Marlon Klein, career receiving stats, 36 games, 38 receptions, 364 yards, 1 touchdown. Kahale Waring, career receiving yards, 29 games, 51 catches, 637 yards, 8 touchdowns. Yes, he got more playing opportunity than Marlon Klein. For those looking for a little bit of somebody higher on Klein than others, NFL.com had it projected as a round 3, early round 4 guy.
For Klein?
Yes.
Yeah, so not as much of a reach as you were.
Not as much of a reach as I was. That NFL.com analyst also thought Braden Smith was going to play guard, so we'll take that for what it's worth. But he also did have one of the most accurate mock drafts for the first round. So,
So there we go.
So here's my question now. What's the McDonald in the 4th round that it's like, oh, well, if we just switched them.
Oscar Delp. Oscar Delp or Roush. Oscar Delp or Roush.
Oscar Delp or Roush or Pregnon or Scott or Dunker.
Maybe he thought that Jim Harbaugh was going to take Klein. He was like, did the Chargers pick after the Texans? Boy, Pregnon's age is being held against him in a significant way right now. He's falling into the 3rd.
Also, how stupid are the Rams?
I would hold off on saying that, but
well, they could have drafted Kenyon Sadiq instead of a quarterback that's not going to play.
I don't know. The Rams are pretty smart. The Rams have a pretty good track record.
They drafted Max Clare. Boy, what a tight end room they got. Max Clare and Terrence Ferguson. There's some athletes up in there.
Fergie Ferg.
Okay, so what did we learn in the 2nd round?
We learned that Caden McDonald was someone that the Texans felt that was going to get sniped by the Giants, and they were able to get their guy. And we learned that the Texans, like on their board, Marlon Klein was their 2nd tight end. So that's what we learned. Their 2nd tight end, like all this talk about Delp and Claire and Roush and maybe we can't say Stowers because he was gone, but we learned that most likely the number 2 tight end on their board was Marlon Klein.
To have gone from a rumor of trading up for Kenyon Sadiq to drafting Marlon Klein is a whiplash right there, man. We learned that Jermod McCoy has spaghetti knees. Oh, Carson Beck. Ooh, Arizona. All right, well, what a room. Jacoby Brissett bitching about a contract, Gardner Minshew and Carson Beck. Also, this just cost Keaton Slovis his job. Former Texans.
Swarm.
The Rebel. Shout out to the Rebel. Here you go.
Woo.
Nick Dumbass could have used that pick on Zachariah Branch or Jacoby Lane. So he wanted a receiver.
Yeah, Branch really fast.
Yeah,
Lane is a sleeper for a lot of people.
They needed a tight end, though. They definitely needed a tight end. I think people just have an issue with
they
where tight end was going to go.
Right position, wrong player.
Kahali Waring, man. I can't believe that name's being mentioned today.
They might draft the Georgia punter in the 4th round.
McCoy is still falling, by the way. Denver is picking right now. Denver did not pick in the 1st round, Jalen Waddle trade. They were very, very, very inactive in free agency. But they could be in the tight end market too, Denver. This could be Roush. And I know that would piss you off because
well, they did bring back their blocking tight end, Troutman. And they still have Evan Ingram. Looking to see here if Marlon Klein played any of the sports.
If he played water polo, it's over.
He played soccer and later played basketball because he was tall.
Okay.
His first football game he ever watched, according to Dane Brugler, was Ravens 49ers in the Super Bowl.
Evan says with the next pick, Houston selects Marlon Waring.
Oh, man.
Yes, Mr. President 6'7" says, or Mike Washington Jr.
Yeah, I mean, that seems like that would have made a little bit more sense than Marlon Klein.
Swarm.
Let's go, Sand. He says, I don't need another reason to hate Ben Cayley, but here we are. Could have doubled up on the offensive line with Pregnon, but Ben Cayley ruined another thing.
I don't think this is Nick Cayley being like, I got to have the German tight end.
Yeah, I think this is a Cacerio production. I would not blame Nick Cayley. Hold this down for a sec. I will BRB.
You got it. You got it. So I'll give you a couple of background details on Marlon Klein. Moved to the United States and was in the 2022 draft class. He was the 14th ranked recruit in the 2022 draft class by Jim Harbaugh at Michigan. Committed to the Wolverines in September 2020. Had offers from Georgia, Michigan, Nebraska, TCU, Virginia Tech, and Florida State. And skipped the senior season to go to the NFL draft. Pulled out of the Senior Bowl because of a shoulder injury. He got crushed by just a hospital ball across the middle. If you're looking for the bright side here, though not on the same level as Colston Loveland, Klein is similar in that he is a better player and athlete than what the Michigan offense allowed him to be. So, if you're looking for the upside, there's that. He does, however, have 4 career drops and 1 career touchdown reception. So, there's that. He was a freak athlete at the combine. This is also the time of the draft too, where the draft prognosticators and the teams get wildly different evaluations on players. Like the guy the Raiders just picked, Keyron Crawford from Auburn. I've seen him in, the late 4th, 5th round at a lot of people, and here he is at the top of the 3rd round. I do feel that there are multiple tight ends that are better than Marlon Klein now that were available. And if you're wondering what the Texans still have left at the tight end position, still have left in the draft, they have 106, 117, 141, and 243 still available. So that's what they have left. It's 2 4th-round picks, the top of the 5th round, and a 7th-round selection. And this is going to be Cacerio's face when somebody wonders why they drafted Marlon Klein. What do you mean? Look at the tape. This is going to be hard. Marlon Klein's going to be a hard player to say put the tape on because there's not a lot of tape. He didn't get on the field a ton. But he was kind of a 50-50 guy as far as inline detached tight end. Betting on upside. Betting on upside. A couple of super chats to get to. Paul from across the pond. I kept warning you about the Texans and drafting a tight end, and Paul's very disappointed. I know this will shock you. I don't think he liked the Marlon Klein pick that often. Of course, the Brits don't really like the Germans anyway. Fern 07. He's used to being a backup, unlike Shador, at least.
What?
Because he's saying Klein won't have any problem being on the bench.
Well, he better play.
Oh, now he better play, huh?
I mean, he better be in the rotation.
We're about to test the if you have a pulse theory. It's about to get put to the test. It's about to get put to the test right here. Lucas Anderson, 226. I was sick that we passed on Anthony Hill and the Titans took him right after. Yeah, solid cosign and a linebacker's usually pretty good.
That probably hurt DeMeco's heart too.
A little bit.
But I don't know if he likes Anthony Hill, but
Viromaniac, Pregnon falling. I'm happy with the picks. I get the tight end from Michigan, depth piece, not a day one starter. All right,
okay.
Viromaniac. He's excited that he's going to grow into a role, maybe, perhaps.
There you go.
And George Jackson, 5062. Hold my beer moments, LOL. You won't draft a tight end. Well, hold my beer. Watch this. I got to learn some German words so I can appropriately analyze what Klein's bringing to the table.
Very good point, Klein pulse. I agree.
We're going to test the theory if a pulse is all that was necessary.
He has a pulse. He has a pulse. Now, this is when you know you might have made a suspect 2nd round pick. This is not for the good information. Cold Crispy says Klein apparently played special teams at Michigan.
He was on some special teams units. It was to the point where Dane Brugler described it as marginal special teams experience.
Drew says that he has a high ceiling.
Yes. The floor also doesn't exist. That's how low the floor is.
Viro says, I'm not excited, Cody. I said, I get it, LOL.
Well, if you get it, then aren't you excited?
No, he just understands the pick.
So there's excited, get it, unexcited, pissed off.
Yes.
Okay.
That Fort Worth guy says, I don't know if you guys are history buffs, but are you sure you can trust this German guy? I'm gonna stay away from that one. They already had Jakob Johnson on the team, so they already had a German.
Jakob might have played more than he's going to play this year.
ESG Soccer says Klein gets more snaps than Blakey last year.
Oh, Blake Fisher.
Blakey, yeah.
I mean, you don't have to put Blake Fisher on the field anymore. You just run this
I'm about
6'5", 250 pounds out there.
I'm about to get some popcorn ready, and I'm going to ask you a question about Marlon Klein that I am very intrigued to hear your answer on.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
I'll get it after these two soups. Fern says won't tweet about targets like AJ Brown either.
And if he does, we may not understand it. He tweets it in German.
Klein is a Kaylee pick for sure. Or does so we're blaming Kaylee for this?
Nick.
Wrong Nick.
Here's what I would say. Everybody and their mom's going to take credit if he hits. And if he fails, everybody's going to be looking around going, nope, that guy wanted him. That guy wanted him.
Markel Bell just went to the Eagles. That is a massive son of a bitch right there, dude. That guy is he is 6'9" and a quarter.
And easily
9 346.
So Markel Bell is the guy that Zion Young, when he came off the edge at the Senior Bowl, picked up and slammed into the ground and landed on top of. And that was like when I was like, that was the first moment I was like, Zion Young is amazing. Bell for the Eagles, and he doesn't have to play right away. He gets to sit and watch. That's a good pick by the Eagles. I know we say that a lot. All right, take the super chat off. I don't want Dustin B to be associated with your question. This because it feels like it's a loaded question here.
Oh, it's pretty cut and dry. I'm just looking forward to your response to this. I'm asking this with a straight face. And I want you to give this question the appropriate amount of respect. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. Who do you think, if you had to bet, will be a more productive member of the tight end room next year? Marlon Klein or Luke Lachey? By the way, Sam Roush is a Bear. So the team that knows how to draft tight ends better than anyone in the league took Sam Roush. I'm not going to lie. This one kind of hurts when a team that has Cole Kmet and Colson Loveland drafts the tight end that you wanted. This kind of adjusts the mindset of how you kind of think. When the team that is known for this would be like a team taking a defensive lineman or corner or something like that, and you feeling like they reached, and then DeMeco Ryans and the Texans scooping in and taking the next guy. So that is not a very solid feeling when that happens. You can answer the question later, or you can react to what we just saw with Sam Roush.
Marlon Klein, I don't think either of them are going to have a bunch of statistics, but I would think Marlon Klein's going to have more snaps and more games played. Damn, Sam Roush to the Bears, and they already have Kmet and Colston Loveland. Damn, I'm jealous. Texans, questionable tight end room. Let's make it more questionable. Bears, super legit tight end room. Let's make it even more legit. Very different approaches to the tight end position. Ben Johnson, modernized offensive mastermind. Nick Caley, showing CJ 2005 Tom Brady highlights.
Ooh.
I think Roush has more production in half a season at Stanford than Klein does in his career. There's still the Del Pope. They get Delp in the 4th round, and my spirits turn right back around. I got a hunch they're probably not drafting another tight end, though. They still need some other stuff.
So 10 picks later, It feels like the tempo's kind of slowed down a little bit.
It has. Some of these teams are taking a lot longer, and we watched teams rush up to the clock, and now it feels like the teams are taking a lot more of the time. Okay. Is there anybody you want to trade up for?
Not really.
Is Pregnon going to be a fourth rounder?
Pregnon's wild. It has to be all age, right?
I would assume so. And if we're applying the same logic that it's age with Pregnon, I would think maybe that affects Keontae Scott as well.
Man, the Bears, man. Makes it feel a little bit weirder, but we'll see what happens with the big German. Not great. Chat. Let's hear what they got to say.
Swarm.
MMA Gods says these guys 100% draft for need, like to have picks to trade up to get their guy. They find their guy they like in needed areas and get those guys. Yeah. And I mean, I always hear, well, if it's your guy, go get him. Well, what if you don't know what the F you're doing? Like I that's cool if it's the right guy, but a lot of times you hear, well, if go get your guy. Well, not if you don't know what you're doing, but I think in the case of McDonald, I don't think anyone really disputes that. The other two picks are very, very big question marks. Like there's a lot of question about, and I would say perhaps the thing that is most uneasy about it is I think the feel of this draft is kind of proportional to what the Texans are as an organization, where the things that you feel the best about are on the defensive side of the rock, and the things that you feel the worst about are and uncertain about are on the offensive side of the rock. So that would be my theme 3 picks into this draft. And perhaps overall on day 2 is it feels a lot like kind of what you're kind of used to around here, where DeMeco gets his guy. It makes sense. It's a guy that you wanted. And then now you have the two Nicks, Nick Caley and Nick Cacerio. I don't want to say playing grab ass. I think there's a little bit more trust on the offensive line, but you don't know what the hell Rutledge is going to do and how he's going to fit and what he's going to be. And the tight end, you like Klein probably a little bit later. And now you're just kind of wondering, okay, did they do the right thing? And I think the salt on the wounds is the Bears, who are the tight end factory. They take the guy that most people liked 10 picks later. And it's almost like a luxury pick too. It's not a need. Like, so they already have the best tight end duo in the league, right? Top 3.
Yeah. That top 3 easy from a duo standpoint.
They have a top 3 tight end duo in the league, and 69th pick in the draft, they take another tight end. Usually when you do that, when you draft like that, that's truly best player available. And that means that Chicago had Sam Rouse pretty high up there on best player available. So there you go. Oh, by the way, it also happens to be Ben Johnson, as you mentioned, who's got a pretty decent history with tight ends. So yeah, that's where they're at. So
I mean, I would say there's a chance that like the tight end order's like kind of jacked up in this draft heading in, but like I think guys pretty much went where they were supposed to, except for the AFC South guys. Like Borkerker and Klein were not supposed to go there.
Swarm.
Derek says Klein's highlight videos and entire play video are the same video, just watched all 2 minutes worth. Yeah, it's not going to be a long highlight tape.
He only has 1 touchdown.
Yeah, it's not going to be a long highlight tape. 24 catches last year. Viro says also, do we have an update on Stover's knee? Might be another reason, Cody, making more sense by the moment.
Want this? You're grasping at straws there. Good Lord.
Do you just have a straw by your desk?
Stover's
sitting around?
No, I had a drink.
Okay.
Stover's knee is fine. Cacerio said that earlier in the offseason.
Evan says, so Cody, Marlon Klein is the new Graham Mertz. Are you more disgusted with this than Graham Mertz? Which pick do you like less, the Klein or the Graham Mertz?
I like the Klein pick less because there was a chance to get a much better player. Like, I wanted a different lottery ticket than Graham.
The time to get cute is fine on day 3 if you're going to get cute. It's not
right. I wanted a different lottery ticket. This is like starting investing to retire at 65 when you're 64. You got to wait. You got to plan a little bit more for a little bit more urgency.
Yes, Mr. President 67 says go get Mike Washington Jr.
I would love to know the history behind how you ended up as yes, Mr. President 67.
Or would you not? I don't know.
I do wonder if they'd consider the 2 4th-rounders to get up into the latter part of the 3rd, but God knows what they would do with it.
Boy, they've slowed down this tempo, by the way. ESG Soccer says Pregnon lying about his age. Dude's almost 30. I've seen 6 different ages for Pregnon. I'm not going to lie. Antonio Williams is the pick out of Clemson, wide receiver.
Commies.
George Jackson 5062 draft like spicy ketchup last week. Oh, he's defending the honor of spicy ketchup.
Maybe he's with us and he doesn't like it, and he's not a fan of it.
Come on, ESG. You're getting crazy.
Swarm.
He said Tank blocks more than Dalton. Need climb early.
Come on.
Shout out to Chris. We appreciate you, my friend.
So we're at 72. That's where we are. Okay.
Yeah, 72.
Cincinnati's up. I'm just trying to see what the value is of the 2 4ths together if they wanted to trade up.
Ricardo says the Texans could draft Stevie Wonder, and I trust him on defense. There is trust. There's no doubt.
I bet he'd run into a stack or 2.
I am very interested to hear Cacerio on Klein because he's gonna probably.
I said this when you were away. This is not the guy you want to go say, go watch the tape. Like Rutledge, you want to say watch the tape? Cool. I'll go watch him. Go watch the tape. I watched him kick everybody's ass and get in fights the first day of the Senior Bowl. It's like, I'll watch the tape. This ain't the guy to hit me with the watch the tape.
We got a cornerback, Tacario Davis out of Washington.
6'4", 6'3", 7'8", so basically 6'4". People are comping him to Tariq Woolen because he's a tall, longer corner.
Jamal McCoy still on there, and Zachariah Branch, and Emmanuel Pregnon, and Keontae Scott.
But so Marlon Klein, this is not the watch the tape guy for Cacerio to go to the battle for. All right, so they have 106 and 117. That could get them into the 90s if they wanted. So we're a little ways away from the potential trade if they were trying to get into the back part of the 3rd. What's the silliest thing they could do?
With what?
Yeah, if they traded up. I'm just trying to think what the Marlon Klein of another position would be. They probably need to stick and pick in those 2 4th-rounders just to get a little bit more volume.
I cannot wait to hear Cacerio on Marlon Klein. I'm actually, this is actually the most excited I've been for a press conference in a long time.
Yeah, he better spend the first 12 minutes talking about how awesome Caden McDonald is, get everybody buttered up. All right, Marquise Colston's back out there. Son of a bitch.
There goes Delp.
All right, let me go back down.
Saints are kind of cooking, man. I'm not even going to lie.
They have Juwan Johnson's really nice tight end already, and then they went and got another tight end. So I like Delp a lot. I got to go back down. So now I got to go on the sheet. All my guys in that range are gone. So now I got to go back down to the range of tight ends where Marlon Klein originated and see what other tight ends I like here.
This is going to be a pick that is really going to either, I don't want to say make or break Cacerio, but this could really, like with how crucial the pick is, this could really increase the questions that we have about the overseer of the offense. There's no doubt. I like the kid. Maybe I got a little bit less disgusted than I should have with it. The Chicago thing completely flipped me. That was my problem. Like if Sam Roush had gone 70, if he'd gone 68, I could have been okay. But when a team that has that tight end duo goes truly BPA and they take the guy that we were talking about and a lot of people were talking about, I automatically wonder. Will, shout out to you, my friend, in the chat. Arthur Wilson on Z Chat.
Swarm.
He says, I'd rather have had McCoy in the second, even if he needed another surgery, and Delp in the fourth, than Klein that early. Wish we just trade back. Well, Delp just went in the third, so that would not happen. That would have been cool, though, if he could. But, yeah,
I'd have been interested to see if there were any offers for that pick.
Will says, odds we trade back into the third for a running back linebacker.
You got to wait about 20 or so picks before the value for the 2 fourths would make sense. If not, you're probably dipping into 2027. I wouldn't advise that. I wouldn't advise that.
Zinister says, hey, boys, loving the coverage. Klein seems to be Texans culture fit with being a TC and a Christian. Hoping Nick was actually the smartest guy in the room instead of just in his head this time.
TC meaning team captain, in case anybody didn't catch that.
Chris is analyzing the tattoos. He says Klein's arm sleeve tat straight out of the Vatican.
All right, well, let's go see if we could get some clues about Marlon Klein from the arm sleeve tat. Okay, so we got a pretty significant tattoo here. Wonder if he got the tattoo done in America or Germany.
Come on. Malachi Fields is going to the Giants. Malachi Fields, good pick. Could do a lot worse.
Okay, so we got
Proverbs 3:5-6.
So we've got we have the praying hands down here on the forearm with some scripted letters underneath it. He's got a big word down the tricep. He's got an angel up here on the shoulder.
What are we doing right now?
Buddy, I'm trying everything I can to make this pick make sense. And if a great Bible verse is going to make me feel just a tiny bit better about drafting a guy who might not get on the field over Sam Roush when the Bears drafted Roush, I'm going to try to read the Bible verse. No, trust in the Lord with all your heart. I'm not doing that right now. I'm sorry. All right. It is a pretty significant tattoo. There you go. Tattoo breakdown. You're not getting that anywhere else. Chronicle ain't doing that.
They might.
Let me rephrase that. JA ain't doing that.
Yeah, okay. JA might not. Chronicle had a field day on Aziz's shoes. So yeah, they might. They definitely might go in on that.
They did a story on that a year after he wore the shoes.
They did it twice.
Yeah.
They double dipped it.
So if you were thinking an additional tight end, are you leaning one way or the other?
Evan,
oh no.
Not even that.
No. Are you leaning towards more of a receiving guy or are you leaning more towards a blocking guy?
For what?
If you were getting another tight end later in the draft.
Either one at this point. I mean, either one at this point. It's not.
Okay. Kacerio from Ohio State was their blocking tight end.
Honestly, at this point, Jack Endries might make sense for them. He's more of a receiver, but
was about where I had Klein.
He's definitely got a lot of experience. I feel like the Raiders are going to take him.
Because him and Mendoza played at Cal?
They're roommates.
They were roommates.
Jordan Shipley, Colt McCoy type stuff, brother.
If that happens, make sure you text our guy, Sam Warren. Let him know.
He knows.
Swarm.
Oh, yeah, he's a Cal guy. He knows.
ESG says, y'all not understanding how much we run in CJINT. So he's talking about the blocking. Gopher says, thanks for all the great Texans coverage, guys. Thank you for being here. We love this. And we also love the unpredictability. I'm hoping that we can go back and just call Cody an idiot and the best tight end of all time, Marlon Klein, and we were hesitant about it. That is the hope. We do have some trust issues, though, with the offense.
I didn't say the guy couldn't be good. I just said it's more likely that he's going to be bad.
Yeah, you said he sucks. Let's be real.
That's not what I said.
That was a quote. Let's see what
that was not a quote.
That was a quote.
That was a quote.
So here's I need you to read this in John McClane voice, please, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Based on where he was rated, not by the Texans, obviously, tight end Marlon Klein may be the biggest reach in team history, but he can make Nick Cacerio look like a genius if he ends up being worth a second-round pick. New tight end coach James Ferentz must have been very convincing. What does he know? He was a center.
Well, he's got to know something. He's the tight end coach, Cody.
It's great when you draft a developmental tight end and you have a center as your tight ends coach.
So you think he's a bigger reach than Kahale Waring?
Yes.
No way. No.
Yes.
No. Not with where Waring went. No.
Athletic and production profile for Waring was way better than Klein.
Caleb Douglas just went to the Dolphins.
They got two Red Raiders now.
So there we go. Look at you. You got a new squad, huh? Bobby.
I'm not. I'm good.
Look at Bobby. Looking good, Bobby. Looking good. Do your thing. So there you go. Biggest reach. So definitely the biggest reach of the Cacerio era.
So okay, just to do some comparing. This is just the flat out NFL.com formula. Kahale Waring's total score on NFL.com was 74, and he was the 7th ranked tight end. Marlon Klein's total score was 65, and he was the 23rd ranked tight end. So, yeah, he's a bigger reach than Kahale Waring. He's got a better upside, though. Like the best version of Marlon Klein is better than the best version of Kahale Waring. How do you get the best version of him? You coach him up. I need to move to beer.
Coach him up doesn't make people feel too much better about this.
Well, he's not a ready-to-go player.
All right, so let's reset how the day has gone so far. The Texans traded up, and they made a pick that I don't think I've seen more approval of on a day two with very little question. Caden McDonald, quite frankly, I think if this pick would have been made yesterday, as you said, I think people would have been thrilled. I think this was a very, very highly regarded selection by the Texans. I think we agree with that. Then You had the Marlon Klein pick. I liked him as a double dip option. I like the player okay, but he was the first tight end post special skill set with Stowers and Sadiq. So the Rouches, all these other guys that we've been talking about, the Delps, they went with Marlon Klein. At that point, it does kind of change the way you kind of look at things. And by the way, the Pittsburgh Steelers are the weirdest team in the NFL because they just took Drew Allard out of Penn State. So now they have Drew Allard and Will Howard on their roster, along with Aaron Rodgers. So, yeah. And depending on what happens with Aaron Rodgers, of course, they're on standby there.
I mean, the Steelers, great job sniping the Birmingham Stallions on this. Or the St. Louis Battlehawks. What I don't even. Those are the Houston Gamblers. Those are the only AFL teams I know. What is it called? The UFL. Aller couldn't play for the Thunder Bears back in the day. That was the Arena team, like Arena 2 team.
Wanted him to kick the tires. The Texans to kick the tires on him. That was a thing.
Swarm.
I thought we were gonna have
Marlon Klein is Gronk at tight end compared to Drew Aller at quarterback.
Okay. There you go. That's what it took for Cody to feel okay about this pick.
Yeah.
559 Texan says, "What's the grade for the draft so far, brothers?" I mean, it's a C draft.
McDonald is an A plus.
Yeah, it's a C draft.
McDonald's an A plus. I gave Rutledge a C plus yesterday, and I don't know how I can do anything other than an F for Klein. So this feels like a Landry report card more than a Cody report card. What's an A plus, an F, and a C plus get you? A D?
To the next grade, brother. ESG Soccer says, "Is Ferentz Pat's fraud or JCU fraud?"
Well, he played center for the Patriots.
So Patriots fraud.
Yeah, he played center for the Patriots.
Zenister says, "Without the Klein pick, y'all are probably around an A grade for our draft, right? Where does this pick
Yeah,
put
so
your grade now?"
it's D.
I'm gonna give it a C. C minus.
Man, McDonald doing some heavy lifting.
Correct.
McDonald doing some heavy lifting.
Correct. God, without McDonald, what does this look like? Good Lord.
I mean, I guess if they'd taken if they'd taken Christian Miller, I don't like him as much as McDonald, but he has still been like an A for me.
I don't think I've seen I honestly can't remember a pick being this creating this much disgust. Let's just say the last 10 years, a pick that has created this much immediate disgust.
Okay, I'm pulling up the entire draft history.
Putting the pulse of the peeps. Yeah, pull it up for the peeps too.
I got a name for you. And this guy's better at what he does than what I got a name for you. I'll pull it up. Give me 1 second. Here we go. Remember this guy? Ross Blacklock?
People were excited about that, brother. I wanted an RB. People were excited about that, though.
People wanted Ross Blacklock more than Jonathan Taylor?
Yes. People were very excited. He was a Houston guy. People were excited about that pick. There was no initial disgust in that.
Just because Berman went and interviewed his neighbor doesn't mean that people were excited about it.
No, people were excited about Ross Blacklock.
Okay. Let me find one that disgusts me more. And Martinez Rankin made more sense. Yeah, I'm having a hard time finding one. Jalen Strong. I think there was a little bit of excitement for him, but it became pretty apparent pretty quick he wasn't any good. That's 2015. Is it too far back?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I had no expectations for Lonnie Johnson or Max Sharping, but I wasn't disgusted by them.
Lonnie Johnson was interesting.
Yeah, but Lonnie kind of got propped up by the fact that there was 2 picks right back to back. So it's like he got helped out a little bit.
Swarm.
The Rebel says the 59th pick should be an instant starter. Nick is a clown for that pick. Disgusting. So the distaste for the bratwurst continues.
Disgusting.
Disgusting. Yeah, the offense leaves a lot to be desired.
He's definitely does not feel like he's an instant starter. Unless they just absolutely nailed this.
There are people saying they didn't like Blacklock. I guess I wasn't. I guess I just wasn't interacting with you. It felt like he was decently. I wanted Jonathan Taylor or Antoine Winfield. And that's that. I wrote a hard article about drafting a running back.
You got to remember too. That was the first pick after they'd traded Hopkins.
Yes, that was the. There was a lot of distaste for them no matter what they did. So, yes, you are correct on that. Appreciate you as always, Reb. Big time. Zachary says, as an Iowa fan, Ferentz is a joke for a coach. As OC at Iowa, they had historically bad offenses. Been a minute. Hope you guys are well. Hope you're well. I feel like Iowa always has average offenses, though.
Average would be a massive improvement.
Yeah, but he doesn't like Ferentz. That's crazy. Is that like a sin for an Iowa fan to not like Ferentz?
So just to be clear, the Iowa offensive coordinator was Brian. The Texans tight ends coach is James.
Okay.
They were both offensive linemen that played at Iowa.
Race car!
Maybe not. Maybe a little bit of a reach there by me.
But yeah, so James never coached at Iowa. James has coached he was the assistant offensive line coach for the Giants. He was an offensive line coach at the Senior Bowl, and now he's the tight ends coach for the Houston Texans. Hell of a resume.
Mark Seahorn 5415 says, let's not drown the pick. He was underutilized in Michigan, good size and natural hands. Let's see how it plays out. I mean, of course we're going to see how it plays out. What does that mean? You want us to just sit here?
So that was another thing I read from Brugler's makeup on him, where he said not at the same level as Colston Loveland. Klein is similar, and that he's a better player and athlete than the way that Michigan's offense allowed him to be utilized.
Yeah, obviously you see how it plays out, though. I always think that's weird. Let's see how it plays out. Yeah, no shit.
No, I have to stay with the opinion.
Yeah, I mean, you obviously see how it plays out, but yeah, no kidding.
I have to see how. I have to stay with the opinion that I create the very first time ever. I can't ever change. No other input is allowed.
No fluidity, no nothing. Just see how it plays out.
Yeah, the "Get Me a Sauerkraut" clip is going to be legendary now. I have to go back and find that.
I'm trying to remember the context of where I was saying to draft him. It's probably going to be like 6th or 7th round.
It was one of our mock drafts, and it probably was 6th or 7th round.
No. Here, I'll find it. Stand by a second. Okay. Stand by a second. I'll find it.
You're going to find it?
I'll get the exact spot. I promise you. So
okay.
Give me 5 minutes. I'll get it. You hold this down. This is going to be hilarious.
Okay. Mitchell Hudson says, Stutz is always so sour at the draft shows. Okay. I mean, I did freak out when they drafted Caden McDonald. That was awesome. I love that. And then they drafted a 5th, 6th round tight end in the 2nd round. It was just, not my favorite. Not my favorite. All right, with the 78th pick, Colts just took A.J. Halsey from LSU, local kid. Draft room shot. Clapping. Cacerio hates that. Hates draft parties, hates the draft room shot. While we were talking about Marlon Klein, the Packers drafted one of my favorite defensive tackles, Chris McClellan. Didn't need McClellan because you got McDonald. What's at the top of the best available right now? The top of the best available. Jermod McCoy, who has spaghetti knees. Pregnon is still there. Keontae Scott is still there. Manuel Pregnon, the guard from Oregon. Keontae Scott, the Petrie backup from Miami. Jennings Dunker from Iowa. Mike Washington Jr., the running back from Arkansas. Low moving costs for Zachariah Branch as he's sticking around in the great state of Georgia. He goes to the Falcons. So the Falcons getting some speed at wide receiver. Again, if you were thinking trade up, the Texans' remaining picks are 106, 117, 141, and 243. 106 and 117, if you package those two together, would get you to about 90, 95. So back end of this third round that we're in right now, if the Texans wanted to move up for somebody. From a volume standpoint, you probably want to just stick and pick 106, 117 just to have a couple more bodies. You've only added 3 players. It's a pretty well put together roster, but to only have 3 draft picks when you started the draft with 8 selections, stay at 106, stay at 117, pick 2 players in the 4th round, top of the 5th round, then wait for the 7th. Ready to get out of that 7th round pick, move up a little bit from one of those other picks. I'm surprised they didn't have somebody in the move down from Klein.
All right, we got it.
You found it?
We found it. And we're all learning this at the same time. When was the range? When was it? And by the way, there's a lot like the Captain Obvious in the chats, like that nobody's an expert. Yeah, that's the truth. Like the draft makes fools of us all. It's not really that serious. So you don't have to cry about it. If you want to just see it play out, what's the point of even following along? Like just watch the games, like go hibernate until the games. It'd be fun. So here we go. This was our mock draft where the whole thing started. Here we go. Let's check it out.
It's Emmett Johnson and Saquon Barkley. Okay? It's hard to be successful like that in the Big Ten. Emmett Johnson's going to step in this running back room. He's eventually taken over in the running back spot as well. Great call, Landry. Great spot by you.
There you go. Teamwork makes the dream work. Now we got to get to the next pick. And I'm going to tell you, Nick Cacerio says we don't draft for need. We're drafted for need. We are taking a tight end here. It's just a matter of who is available. This is a wacky service. The mock drafts can get you sometimes, but hit that TE for me. My God. Goodness gracious.
Eli Raridan's going to be a lot of people's favorite in this situation. I know you and I are both big Marlon Klein fans. Borkacher is a blocker with a little bit of receiving upside. I think both these guys are way worse than the next like 3 or 4 guys on the list.
Hold on. What? Oh, God. For dinner? No, I don't want a hot dog. I want a sauerkraut. Get me the German and get his ass at the tight end room. So what round?
I want a sauerkraut.
What round was this? Damn it. I mean, bratwurst. Damn it. All right, so there we go. What round are we in here? Oh, round 5, 173. So we mocked round 5, 173.
That was the second 5th round pick.
Okay. So yeah, we liked him. It was just a little bit later. So there we go. It's 5, 173.
Yeah, three rounds. 3 rounds.
So we're talking over like 114 picks later. So there we go.
Yeah.
So we did like him just a little bit later than expected. Better late than never. You know, I cannot wait. I got my popcorn ready. I am ready for this press conference.
You want to see something else fun for everybody? Like, oh, I saw somebody say, well, if they don't like him, they say the pick sucks. Okay, I direct you to Houston football, and I know not everybody's a reader, not everybody's subscribed.
They should be,
but I direct you to Houston football, and I will show you my draft crushes at tight end. Who's right there in the middle of the tight ends? Draft crushes.
Klein. He's listed third, so there you go. But
Yeah.
so this is in no particular order.
Yeah, so no particular order because I saved Sadiq for last because I couldn't quit him. I like Klein. I just didn't like him in the second round. And when you say that, I think that you have to make clear, like, okay, you didn't like him in the second round, but they still got him. Yes, but you could have gotten a different player and still got Klein, is what my thought process is. But yeah, he ended up as one of my draft crushes.
There we go.
Swarm.
Zinnister says, what happened in the meeting between DeMeco and Klein?
He said it was the best meeting he had, and he loved – this is Klein talking about DeMeco.
Oh, okay.
This is Klein talking about DeMeco.
I thought you were saying you already heard DeMeco say this.
No. Klein said that DeMeco was the best meeting he had, and they were pumped, and he was excited, and it was great to meet him and talk to him. And so it was his favorite meeting. It was the formal with the Texans. They love a good meeting. They love a good meeting.
Yeah, they love a good meeting. There's no doubt about that. ESG Soccer says both big Klein fans frauds, talking about us. Yeah, I mean, we were fans in the 5th round. That happened.
Yeah. It's like, hey, I'm a big fan of taking trips, but I'm not paying $1,000 for a airplane ticket.
Big K says there's no one we could have taken at 59 that would have been an instant starter on our team. A reach ? 100%. But if complaining won't start away is weird.
Sam Roush would have started in 2 tight end sets.
Yeah, Cade Stover plays 40% of the snaps when he plays. So, yeah, I don't know if it's that weird to think that a second rounder would start. Like, what's their track record? Pull up the draft history of Cacerio and DeMeco. Let's look at what percentage of second rounders start. I think it's decent. It's not great. I mean, it's not like overly insane, but I mean, you're talking about a team that has an elite. We've talked about the superpower of DeMeco and Cacerio is day 2. Like, you think it's weird to say that a second round pick would start?
So Juice Scruggs, he was their starting center until he got hurt, and as soon as he was healthy, he was the starting left guard.
He started. Okay. That's 1 for 1. That's 1 for 1 on. Let's just do day 2. We'll do day 2. We'll even go further down. Juice Scruggs started. Tank Dell started. That's 2 for 2 right there. That's 2 starters on day 2.
Fisher did not start.
Nope.
Lassiter did. Bullock did.
So that's 5 for 6. That's 5 for 6 because you got Lassiter, Bullock. What are we at?
That's 4 for 5. Isn't
4
it?
for 5, yeah. And then Stover was later. Okay, 4 for 5.
Yep. And then Ursery started and
5
Higgins
for
started.
6. Yeah, 5 for 6, 6 for 7, 6 out of 8. Noel did not, and neither did Jalen Smith.
Well, to be fair, Noel ended up starting on special teams.
Yeah, that doesn't count though. So you're talking about 60%, whatever it is, of guys that they draft on day 2 starting. They're good at it. So I don't think it's weird. I don't think it's weird to think that. You are obsessed though with guys starting right away though. There is no doubt.
Yeah, this isn't 2023 anymore.
Yeah.
You don't need to be drafting developmental players. You need to be drafting players that can help you win a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Yeah. And we'll see.
And there were numerous players that would have had a much more likely role than what it feels like Klein's going to have.
Yeah, I like Klein.
I would have liked Klein if you had gotten a different player and got him later.
So there we go. Can't wait for this. Can't wait for this presser.
It's going to be an all-timer.
The McDonald, though, DeMeco's happy.
Oh, yeah. The defense. The defense does.
Now, what if there goes the big citrus?
Oh, man.
Big citrus is going to Minnesota.
The Vikings having
Iowa State.
The Vikings having a draft.
Yeah, big citrus. Good personality. Probably one of the more entertaining guys that I spoke to at the combine.
They drafted two guys I liked a lot. Banks and Golday, and now they added the big citrus.
Yeah.
Can you hold this down? I have to go to the Badzimmer.
Yeah, I'm there.
That's German for bathroom, in case you're wondering. We got to learn it.
I don't need that. Yeah, I don't think I need to change my whole language as a result of the draft. I think this is right now. I think you got a guy who everybody liked in the first round, McDonald. Good pick. Klein liked, we clearly liked him. Seemed a little early. Very intrigued to hear what Cacerio says. There's that, and then kind of just sitting around. Kind of thought this was going to be a little bit more active, but now you're just kind of sitting around, and you got to think it's going to be true BPA on day 3 when we're out there at Dave & Buster's. Now, here's the thing. Nick Cacerio drafted for need the first 3 picks. He says he doesn't know what that means. He doesn't know what drafting for need means. We listed the needs. He covered all of them. I don't think this was a true BPA thing. So there's a line in the sand when it comes to this organization where everything that they do on defense is awesome. You trust everything they do on defense. And on offense, there's a lot of concerns all the way around. You like Cole Popovich. So I think the Cole Popovich, I think when you look at the offensive line, even though there were questions about Rutledge, because of Cole Popovich and the impact he's had in a short time, I think there was a little bit of benefit of the doubt giving to Cole Popovich. Even him, I would say that was there. Defense, you 100% loved what they did. And then there's kind of like the Knicks, the Nick Cayley, Nick, and Nick Cacerio, who is the face of this offense, in my opinion. And that's where it's kind of like, what the hell are they doing? So I think the first 3 picks of this draft have actually been kind of proportional to what the state of this franchise is. 100% trust in the defense. Not 100% trust, but at least intrigue and a little bit of trust when it comes to the offensive line, little bit. And everything else on offense, what the hell are they doing? I think that's fair to say. So I think this has actually been a really strong representation of where this franchise is and how it sits. So I think this has actually been like a decent visual 3 picks in. Is that fair?
I do agree. I do try to balance out because I had the extreme skepticism of Cole Popovich and their playing on the offensive line. And by the end of the year, the skepticism had turned to praise for the job that he had done. So by virtue of that, I do think a little bit of okay, Rutledge gets I don't want to say he gets a benefit of the doubt to the level that we talk about with defensive players, but intrigue is a good word, and maybe even a slight bit of excitement to see if, okay, Cole Popovich helped them draft this guy, then what can he do with him? The defense, they took what most people believe to be the best defensive tackle in the draft. So fantastic. Their defensive line coach has been excellent. Probably will be a defensive coordinator one day. And if he's successful doing that, might get an opportunity to be a head coach. And then the third pick is it's an offensive player who's a pass catcher, coached by a brand new coach who's never coached the position, playing in an offense that disappointed last year. It's like, snapshot.
Yeah. And I think you have a shitty recent history of tight ends. I mean, Cade Stover's not really working out at all. Different round, obviously, but it hasn't worked out. You're satisfied with your recent offensive line pick with Ursery, so you feel okay about that. And then I don't think they can do any wrong on defense. Like I said, they could draft Edward Scissorhands, and I mean, it would be cool. Let's see how he looks in the 3-tech. You just have full trust in it. So I think that's just kind of where it is. And I think it's appropriate, and I think it's fair. Obviously, you see how it plays out. I probably like the Klein pick more than you did. The discouraging thing for me was the fact that the Bears took the guy that we liked. But I'm fine with Klein being on the roster. Now, maybe this will encourage you.
Swarm.
Hunter Chase says Daniel Jeremiah believed Klein was a second rounder. I want to see this.
He did?
Put the link if you believe, if that's there, Hunter. Kind of intrigued to hear that explanation.
Well, this is really easy. We just go to DJ's top 150.
ESG Soccer says bigger, faster, and stronger than our tight end one. Y'all wild. Talking about Marlon Klein, I think. ESG's fired up. I love ESG's energy, man.
Yeah, it's not a CrossFit competition. If we were doing CrossFit, then cool. He kicked Dalton Schultz's ass. It's not a CrossFit competition. Daniel Jeremiah had Marlon Klein 84th on his top 150.
We went 59th. How many tight ends did he have ahead of him, though? That's the real question.
Roush, Claire, Delp, Stowers, and Sadiq.
So he had pretty much.
So he
pretty much had what we had.
Let's see. Did he go? Was he the 6th tight end? Did he go exactly where Jeremiah thought he was going to go? No, he was the 4th tight end because Claire and Roush went after, and then Delp went after. So Borkicker was also a overdraft according to Jeremiah.
Yes.
Claire Roush and Delp went after. Gotcha.
Yes, Mr. President 6'7" says, okay, if they're wanting to be a running the ball team, who do you really seeing is drafting at running back, and with what pick possibly? Please give me hope. Running back, that's a day 3 thing. And all the running backs are there. Like the outside of the two, at least from what I've seen, outside of the 2 Notre Dame guys, you can take your pick at running back.
Well, you were spot on when you talked about these running backs just in a free fall.
Trash. Jake says, so we got Big Red, Big Mac, and Big German.
Hold on, to answer his question, I mean, if Emmett Johnson or Washington is there in the 4th round, run the pick in. And Damon Claiborne is a speedy guy, so I'd be interested in that as well. Big Red, Big Mac, and Big German.
Touch of Trent says he compared him to Tucker Kraft.
Well, if everybody hits their ceiling, they have the best draft ever. But I mean, it's player comps are great because it gives you a frame of reference. But I think everybody has to understand how far the player has to travel to get to the player comp. Like, Klein has a long way to go to be Tucker Kraft.
Big Red, Big Mac, Big German with Jake. Shout out to you, my friend.
Rich Boy Jay, who's been in our chat before, he wanted to call Rutledge the Big Red Machine, like Kane.
That's fair. I like that.
And then I got to looking. He kind of does, when he has longer hair, he kind of does look like Kane's previous wrestling persona, Isaac Yankum DDS.
BB says Emmett Johnson's still on the board. That's a fact.
Everybody's still on the board at running back.
Musical Fig Tree says, I think Rutledge will ball. I think McDonald will ball. No clue on Klein. I think that's fair. I just don't know. Where's Rutledge going to ball at? That is the question. Where is he balling at?
They've done nothing to deter me from the thought that he's playing center.
Arthur says, top 3 guys y'all want in the 4th. Also, do you think they keep 4 tight ends or cut Brevin and Cade?
So I'll answer the second question first. If Klein's behind and not ready to help, then they'll keep 4. He'll be the 4th tight end, and they keep 2 other guys in Dalton. Or excuse me, 1 other guy, Dalton and Moreau. If Klein's got a little juice to him, they might be able to get away with 3 with Dalton, Moreau, and Klein. I would lean 4.
Oh, wow.
Today.
Dalen Everett out of Georgia. He gone
to the Pittsburgh Steelers?
Yeah. Kamari Lassiter understudy, who apparently he said that Kamari was staring at him in the weight room when he first got to Georgia.
Staring at him because he like didn't like him, wanted to be friends with him, like. And then my top 3 guys I'd want in the 4th. Hell, at that point, give me one of those guards. Give me a Pregnon or a Dunker.
Good Lord, Pregnon. I mean, my goodness. Now the Browns are trading up.
Pregnon's going to be 26 by the time the draft's over.
Boy, they made up the pace, didn't they?
Yeah.
Or maybe it's the Texans aren't picking, so it's going slower. But it does feel like, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, it does feel like the pace has been kind of changed a little bit. Who is this making this pick?
One more guy for the top part of the 4 or the 4th when they're picking. Dennis Sutton, defensive end from Penn State.
NFL SVP, football business, patient strategy. Okay. She didn't waste time. Good for her, man. That's how you be a leader right there. That's the best job they've done. So they took tackle Austin Barber out of Florida. What are your thoughts on Austin Barber?
Big guy, needs to sit and watch for a while. He had some nice moments in the SEC and then had some moments where he was just totally overwhelmed.
Sounds appropriate.
That's a project that if he hits for them and turns into a starter after a year or 2, that's a good pick.
Dude, that lady was awesome. She just went up there and made the pick.
What was herself
over?
What job did she have? Like an
SVP of something?
Operations. I bet the people that she's in charge of don't screw around. She did. Got up there, made that pick. Let's go.
Awesome, dude. What a professional. Goodness gracious. All right, so we're at 87 now. How many picks we have left?
In the 3rd round? The 3rd round will end with pick 100.
Yeah, I think so we're close. We got 13, 14 picks.
Would you
trade up? No.
Okay.
No, I don't see anything worth trading up for. Well, Keontae Scott.
Another guy who'll be 26 by the time the draft goes. Would you like to hear from the big German, the draft pick?
Yeah, I'd love to hear from him.
All right, here we go.
Oh, wow.
Marlon Klein here, tight end from Michigan. I can't wait to come down there and join the team for the 25th anniversary season. Let's win some games. Let's go.
Let's win some games. Let's go.
Are you pumped?
I'll say this, and this is just commentary on me, not necessarily on him.
Oh, another Ohio State tight end. How about that? Bobby Slowick gets a weapon.
Marlon Klein,
damn it, Bobby,
speaks English better than I could ever speak German. For a guy that did not grow up here.
Are you like down with the pick now or what?
No, that does not change my thought that he was the biggest overdraft since this general manager became a general manager.
Oh my goodness.
Swarm.
ESG says all love, but that wacky tobacco making you forget how much of a liability Dalton was last season. Klein early, but I'm excited, fast, and will block. Yeah, he's all over this Marlon Klein. We like Marlon Klein. There's just trust issues. Hunter Chase, 8829. Sorry, I got confused. Jeremiah believed that Klein would go in the second. Patriots were rumored. Cool. Appreciate you for telling us that, my friend.
Am I crazy, or did the Patriots draft? Yeah, they drafted 5 picks before the Texans and did not take him.
I like this question here by Kelsey. She says, you could choose one. Would you guarantee Klein hit his ceiling in Houston, or have CJ Allen / Anthony Hill both hit their floor in Indy? Love the content. In Indy and Tennessee. I would say he hits his ceiling. If they have a good linebacker, cool. Like if Tennessee has a good linebacker, cool. If Indianapolis has a good linebacker, cool. Yeah, I would take that ceiling for sure. That would be sick.
Yeah, the ceiling is a very good football player. Like I think that is the biggest thing that is getting lost in the criticism where Klein goes. If he hits the best version of himself, he is a very good football player for you.
McGavin says y'all are making this seem like it's the worst pick in the draft. Well, I mean, we cover the Texans. I would say it's definitely the most questioned Texans pick for sure.
He'll play more. He'll play more than Ty Simpson.
I mean, oh God.
I don't think it's the worst pick in the draft because I do like the player. It's among the biggest draft prognosticators where he went difference that we're going to see.
Yeah.
Among the largest.
Yeah. For sure.
Now we got to see what the Raiders pick at 91, because that was originally the pick the Texans started the day with.
They're going to take injuries. They're going to get Mendoza, his roommate, man.
It's just what they needed. Las Vegas, another tight end.
Yeah, they're gonna get him his roommate, and then they're gonna trade Brock Bowers to the Texans for the rest of their picks on day 3, and then Nick's gonna come to his press conference with a cigar, talking about how he added Brock Bowers to the mix. Oh, here we go. The Jags selection.
Paul Posluszny looks like he runs a hedge fund now.
He looks like he should be like behind Vince McMahon while he's cutting a promo.
This is my new bodyguard.
There you go. Manuel Pregnon is a Jacksonville Jaguar.
Son of a gun.
So there you go.
They don't deserve him.
That's a solid pick for the Jags.
It's a very solid pick for the Jags.
They're in win now. They're not rebuilding, so they're not worried about age.
They needed some more offensive line bodies.
I mean, that was the guy that people were early on. We were talking about, first round, like best guard. He's the second best guard in the draft. A lot of people felt, and you can get the second best guard in the draft at 88. I think you'd feel okay about it, depending on what happens. But yeah. I think you could do a lot worse than that. That's good. That's a good pick. I mean, let's just be honest. It's a good pick by the Jags.
I like Emmanuel Pregnon. That's a really good pick by the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah, very well done. Bears are already ready to go. They're probably going to take another tight end.
I'd call them and see if they want to move Kmet. just to see, just to see. Man, Pregnon to the Jaguars stinks. It's okay. Caden McDonald's going to eat his freaking lunch.
Oh, we're going to get that matchup. How about that?
Yep.
The pick that a lot of people wanted. Pregnon versus McDonald twice a year.
Yeah, Caden McDonald's going to eat his lunch.
Sign me up for it. Here's the guy that wears his Super Bowl ring to everything. See that right there? Telling Walter Payton stories nonstop.
I told them they shouldn't put the fridge in. They should let Walter score. But Ditka didn't listen.
Xavion Thomas out of LSU.
Wide receiver's about to get real weird.
Well, the Bears, this guy's a return freaking specialist times 100. I saw a couple. I don't know how many he had, but I think I saw a couple return touchdowns from this guy.
Wide receiver's something I would I'd take a crack at in the 4th round. One of those 2 picks.
Damn, this dude's fast.
Yeah, he is. Oh, imagine that speed. It's almost like you need that to succeed in the National Football League. Klein's fast, though. I can't bitch about that. Klein is fast for a tight end.
Swarm.
Wags is asking, why did Pregnon drop? Probably age, I would say.
Because he just turned 27.
It's 25. I think. I don't know.
If you know how they cut trees in half and count the rings? Cut Pregnon in half, count the rings. He's actually 35. Who are the most egregious baseball cheats from their age? Orlando Hernandez.
Danny Almonte.
Oh, yes.
Remember that kid throwing like 190 in Little League World Series? I don't know how they didn't know that kid was. Here she comes again. She's doing the 49ers. Watch this. Watch this efficiency. Look at this business. This lady's the best. Let her make every pick.
Screw that. Make her the next commissioner.
This lady's awesome. Keylan Black. You can't get invited to the combine, but you can get drafted by Kyle Shanahan in the 3rd round. He's making you look smart. He's making you look smart right there. I thought you were too high on Keylan Black. Dude doesn't get invited to the combine. He gets drafted by the 49ers in the 3rd round.
Wow. And he goes to a fantastic coach to just kind of hang out. If McCaffrey gets dinged, climb the depth chart, man, I like Keylan Black a lot. He was nails down the stretch for Indiana.
He's been vindicated with this pick, by the way, with how ridiculous it was that he wasn't at the combine. Absolute insanity.
49ers got a little something to them here. I don't like the Romello Hyde pick, but I like Stribling and Black. Man, good job. Good for Shanahan seeing through the misevaluation of a player like him.
Can't believe he wasn't at the combine. That was so weird. In Indiana too.
Yeah.
What's ESG Soccer saying now?
Şengün and Shepard are bums. Texans greater than Rockets holy-ish. I don't know why he can't spell Şengün correctly.
It keeps confusing me.
Keylan Black being the 3rd tight end off the board the 3rd running back off the board is wild.
What does the Rockets score right now?
The chat says they're in OT.
Then why is he so bad at Şengün? ESG, what?
I'm assuming that they 6-point lead with 30 seconds left and we go into OT.
Oh, Lord.
Not good.
Well, I like it because if you look at this flex play that I have over at Prize Picks, let me just show you a little something. It is a flex play, 10 to win 190. And you can see right there, everything's hit. I need 1 rebound by Jabari Smith, and I win. 1 rebound by Jabari Smith, and I win. Oh, only at Prize Picks. How about that?
Luke Kennard has only hit 1 3-pointer.
How about that? I pick more than 2.5 free throws that hit in the first quarter.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just need 1 rebound from Jabari Smith.
Somehow
update me, chat, and let me know if Jabari Smith hits his 1 rebound. I'm good because I flexed it, but just let me know.
Somehow, Tari Eason, despite the fact that Kevin Durant did not play, only has 5 points. So cool. That team sucks.
KD, what a crazy situation with KD.
Oh, he quit on him. He quit on him. I mean, my ankle hurts. Screw you, dude. If Curry was your teammate, you'd be playing. He didn't really tell any lies on the burner, though.
No, he told the truth. Zinister says, what do y'all think about the rumor the Bears wanted Klein and then traded? Are we doing this with every pick the Texans make? I'm not. Look, I don't. This is getting out of control. Every time the Texans make a pick and someone trades back, we assume. Like, I believed it with Higgins. I kind of believed it with Rutledge, but now we're doing this with Klein. Goodness gracious. I don't know. Is he trolling or is he being serious?
I haven't seen that. I haven't been looking. But I haven't seen that.
Colson Loveland wanted him to take him under his wing. Who is this guy making the pick?
I know this won't surprise you, but this is
Matt Millen.
Matt Millen.
Dude, why can't everyone be like the lady?
The old Lions GM?
Why can't everyone be like the lady? Dude, if the football gods are real, he's announcing a receiver. If the football gods exist, he's announcing a receiver.
That's actually a great point.
This better be a receiver if the football gods are real. If not, then there is no such thing as the football gods. Matt Millen has to be announcing a receiver here. There's nothing else.
He almost died a couple years ago, didn't he?
I have no idea. They took the center, your guy from A&M.
They took Trey Zune.
Yeah, they took Trey Zune.
Well, he's never playing center for them.
Well, maybe they're going to play him at guard.
I would guess so. Because I like Trey Zune. He ain't playing over Linderbaum.
So they're going to move him to guard.
I don't know. That's the Raiders. They might be dumb enough to just try to play him at tackle.
Dude, don't you speak bad about a Kubiak like that.
Oh,
man.
that's right. Well, of course, Kubiak's taking an Aggie.
Yeah.
That's right. They've changed over. They've turned over a new leaf. Actually, with Kubiak and Brady in the building, this guy might turn into freaking Joe Thuney or something.
Dude, these guys on stage are just a beating. I'm glad that it's on mute. I'm annoyed and I'm not even hearing the words.
Was Kubiak asleep? He's just chilling in the back of the room. I don't love the Raiders draft. I like Zune. I don't like the middle two guys or whatever.
Now we're bringing 2 guys up there. Oh, it's for Dorsett. They're helping Dorsett out. Damn, he's looking pretty good.
We had this conversation earlier in the week. If somebody needed to help Tony out there.
There you go, Tony. God, he's enjoying himself. What's up, man? Oh, Drew Pearson's going up there with his former teammate. That makes sense.
Yeah. I thought they were going to individually announce picks, but I guess going up there together makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that's cool.
Tony looks pretty good for a guy that is 13 years.
Got diagnosed 10 years ago plus, yeah.
Yeah, he looks really good for a guy that's dealing with CTE for a decade.
Jayshawn Barham out of Michigan.
Okay. They don't really have a good track record with Michigan defensive linemen.
Yeah, Taco Charlton instead of TJ Watt. I've heard that a time or 1,000.
Mozzie Smith, who just was terrible for them. They had to just dump him in that most recent trade.
Yeah. Not good. There's probably some PTSD there, not going to lie.
Did the Tennessee cornerback get his leg amputated? You're telling me even in the third round, nobody wants to take a chance on Jermod McCoy?
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. It's kind of wild. It's kind of wild. So who are you hoping falls to the Texans at this point?
So
you're getting to where you're 14 picks away?
About that, yeah.
You're about 14, 15 picks away.
Because you got 100 and then you get to 106.
Yeah, so 106. Yeah.
Man, they're gonna McDonald it. They're gonna get somebody that should have gone where Klein went, and then we're gonna be like, all right, well the value is okay. Keontae Scott, I didn't love the idea in the second round. Keontae Scott taking him to be the backup to Petrie in case Petrie gets banged up. I'm totally in on that idea.
Yeah, and he's a nasty ass dude too.
I'm in on that idea. I'm in on Jennings Dunker. The Rams just picked a player I've never heard of. Like not even like a little loose idea of who the player is. They're really planning for life after McVay now. Kyle Lewis, the linebacker from Pittsburgh.
Out of Missouri, if you were wondering. Kyle Lewis, I could see DeMeco liking that.
Especially because
that had him going second round.
Yeah, Kyle Lewis is too small to go in the day two.
No, but there was a mock that had him going in the second round to the Texans.
I've always thought he's a day three guy, but certainly top of the day three. There's so many running backs available. My guy Emmett Johnson, I love Emmett Johnson. There's a bunch of wide receivers available if you were thinking wide receiver. Chris Bell, the Louisville guy, I didn't like it on day two, but day three I get a little bit easier with it. A little bit easier on the stomach.
Tell you how excited I am to hear Cacerio talk about Marlon Klein.
It's going to be.
I am actually really. I feel like I'm going to the movies. I really feel like I'm going to the movies.
Hey,
I'm making some popcorn for it. I'm dead serious. I'm going downstairs and I'm making some popcorn for it.
You know what they could do that would be get a big thumbs up from Cody Stutes?
What's that?
Draft Connor Lew at 106. And then you got a center. Let Rutledge get comfortable at guard, replace one of those guys eventually. And then you really got an offensive line of the future, baby. Ursery, Lew, Rutledge. Come on, baby. You're balling everybody.
All right. You have to make a deal right now, and this is your own punishment. This is your own punishment because you already got to wear the Caden McDonald face paint tomorrow.
I'm not wearing Caden McDonald's face paint tomorrow.
If Nick Cacerio says in a somewhat aggressive way on Marlon Klein that you have to watch the tape, what do you have to do? If he does that, create your own punishment.
No, probably shouldn't do that. There has to be something. It has to be something associated. What's like? Do the Germans have like a notably disgusting delicacy to Americans? Like, is there something that they? I like sauerkraut, so that's not going to be it. Patrick says tub of sauerkraut. that might do worse to me than Apple cider vinegar. That clear you out.
ACV's good for you, bro.
That clear you out. There's got to be
For you.
There's. We usually end up eating or drinking stuff. Oh no, I got to go to Oktoberfest in Germany. Oh no, that'd be terrible.
By the way,
we're not doing the mustache, guys. We're not doing the mustache.
By the way,
okay.
The NFL play a game in Germany?
They do.
The Texans are going in the next 2 years. Like that's a 100% certainty. The Texans are going.
Yeah, I feel pretty comfortable in saying.
Although no, because Amon-Ra St. Brown's actually the ambassador of that.
Well, surely the Lions are coming up on the schedule soon. Just go play the Lions in Germany.
Yeah, because Amon-Ra rocks the German on the helmet.
I didn't. Actually, it was Marlon Klein that revealed to me that Amon-Ra St. Brown's like a giant deal in Germany. I didn't know it. I didn't know before.
His mom's German.
Yeah. No, you explained it to me after. McDonald face paint with the mustache. Stop it. We're not doing either of those.
Hey, that might cover all bases, though, to where you're okay. It's kind of a meet in the middle if you think about it. Like, if you think about it, it's kind of a meet in the middle. So I think we're on to something. Bobby Slowick cooking.
Damn it, Bobby.
Bobby Slowick got Chris Bell. Now, this is this could take a while, but Chris Bell, fast as hell out of Louisville, some of that speed. I think people would have been down with that tomorrow for the Texans. Instead, he gets to go play for Bobby Slowick.
I gotta figure something. We gotta figure something out for this German thing. For this punishment if Cacerio says put the tape on for Marlon Klein.
Not now, if he says when we watch the tape, that's okay. But if he like condescending say, just put on the tape. Just put on the tape.
My knowledge of Germany is limited to a small smattering of their food and world wars. That's what I know about Germany. I don't know if that makes me a good or a bad American.
Come on, Mikey.
Sir, I'm not going to say it in case it's a curse word.
You almost pulled a burgundy.
That's food. Oh, okay.
Amazing Crusader, shout out to you.
Oh, but that's more Swedish if I'm reading correctly. Apparently this what he put, the Surströmming, is like it's like kind of like one of those smaller internet challenges. It's like salted fermented fish.
Okay.
But I think it's more Swedish than German.
Okay.
So not German enough.
Little Jesus asks, are you going to ask Cacerio any specific questions? We're not going to be at the at this presser, so no. They did offer us to stream there today, and I was like, man, I don't know if that'd be fun.
Yeah, we gotta watch it a little bit more around everybody.
No, we just wouldn't have the TV. We wouldn't have the stream. We wouldn't have the vibe. It's not the vibe.
Wouldn't have the unlimited Dr. Pepper Zeros. Who's announcing this pick?
Shane says, at what point is McCoy worth taking? I don't know. He might have killed someone. Has anyone checked the news? Eli is gone.
Eli Raridan, the Notre Dame tight end. Him and Klein are very.
I like Klein more than him.
I like Klein more than him too.
I like Klein more than him. This is actually kind of making you feel a little bit better about the Klein, where it's not too crazy. I like Klein better than him.
They're very close to each other,
and I like Klein. Cody hates Klein. I like Klein.
You need to play the clip again where I say we're both big fans of Klein. Raridan screwed his knee up like 3 times, and but him and Klein are real close to each other in a lot of people's tight end rankings. It'll be fascinating to see whose career, because they're both like bet on the potential, bet on the size. bet on the speed type thing.
Dude, I feel like we have decent.
Vrabel, get the hell out of there. You got to go to counseling. Get out of there.
I feel like we got decent German stuff. I don't know what this means. Meat jelly. Y'all are just having me read German words now. That's inappropriate. I'm just kidding. I don't know. Cody Harris TX, but I appreciate you. Man, I commented last night about Delp and who does he take? Some BS. Hill or Delp was the pick at that spot. Boy, Anthony Hill's got a lot of fans. A lot of fans.
I didn't realize he was some future Hall of Famer.
He's very popular.
Schultz is a German name, isn't it?
Say again.
Schultz.
There you go, Jabari. That's the way to get that rebound. Yes, sir. Prize picks. Yes.
Oh, son of a bitch.
There goes your guy, Dunker.
If they're, I mean, that's just.
How does he pronounce it? Is it Jennings?
Jennings Dunker.
Yeah. Man, if they had two redhead, nasty ass O linemen.
Pittsburgh's going to love this guy.
Yeah, he fits in. He fits in. That dude owns a pair of pajama pants. He is ready to go in Pittsburgh.
Somebody asked him at the combine, there was a guy that would go around and he'd ask kind of like, kind of goofy questions trying to get just a social media clip. And one of them was about like a bunch of money or something. And Dunker was like, man, I don't really care. I just want like to fish, drink beer, and hang out with offensive linemen. I was like, all right. Man, so they got Dunker and Max Ihanachor on the offensive line in Pittsburgh.
There we go. ESG Soccer says, last hot take before I sleep, does Tank make the 53? It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. I'll be honest.
I would.
It's going to be hard.
It's quite the journey to get there.
Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, it's going to be tough.
There's probably a lot of Steelers fans that already have mullets.
Might be good to just put Tank on a list too.
Yeah, like pup until he's ready.
Yeah. Yep.
Somebody says dress up Oktoberfest style for a Spanky's gathering. That's pretty good. I'd have to go find some German stuff my size. That's pretty good.
This is where I just wonder though, because you won't wear the face paint that Caden McDonald has.
Yeah, can't imagine why I wouldn't do that.
But don't you think you dressing in like an Oktoberfest thing is kind of like the equivalent of that? Don't you think that's offensive to Klein? I mean, you're basically mocking his culture, dude.
Yeah, he said Oktoberfest, not 1940s Ralph Lauren.
Oh. People are very upset that they don't have the redhead option. I think that kind of died.
Well, hold on now. Sometimes you go to the store and you buy Fruity Pebbles, and you get Fred Flintstone on the.
When's the last time you bought Fruity Pebbles, brother?
On the package.
When's the last time you bought Fruity Pebbles, brother?
And sometimes you go to the store and you buy Fruity Dino Bites, which are the value brand of that.
Yeah.
Jennings Dunker is Fruity Pebbles. Wyoming offensive lineman who's nicknamed the Vanilla Gorilla is Fruity Dino Bites. You could get him later in the draft. It would satisfy many people's Jennings Dunker's desires.
Dude, those cereals, there is no drop off. Like there's a lot of times when you get like the great value or whatever, it's cool. Those big ass bags, there is no drop off on any of those. Except maybe Fruit Loops. I think the Fruit Loops kind of struggle a little bit.
The Kroger brand Honey Nut Cheerios they've got to be actual Honey Nut Cheerios. They taste the exact same. The exact same.
When's the last time you bought Fruity Pebbles?
Like a month ago.
Really?
I guess I woke up and I was like, I really want some cereal. and I went and bought a gallon of milk and like 3 different kinds of cereal, and I finished it all in a weekend. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. I get to be weird, okay? What's Minnesota doing back-to-back here?
High-grade marijuana called Kush on the streets.
No, it wasn't that. It wasn't that.
What percentage of your face can you paint black and be allowed? Probably
So-
just eye black, traditional eye black.
So he does it eyebrows down because he wears a big headband.
Mhm.
So he does it eyebrows down. Caden McDonald.
Trey of Texas says the HEB nacho cheese Doritos might be better than the actual. Have you seen the new ones without any? There's like some new Doritos that are like,
Oh, they took the food coloring out.
they're solid, man. They're solid.
I saw someone do the. Did you have the nacho cheese or the Cool Ranch?
Nacho cheese.
I saw someone do a review of the Cool Ranch, and they said that it feels like they like added more seasoning because they took out the color, and it was like even better flavor than the originals.
Yeah, they go in, dude. They go in. The baked Cheetos, the baked Cheetos just go crazy, dude. Those are better than the real Cheetos. Those go crazy. Not the baked ones. The hot. I don't know. I have some downstairs.
The hot, the baked. What is it?
They're like the hot baked ones, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what they're called.
That's the guy's name. I couldn't remember it off the top of my head. Caden Barnett. The Vanilla Gorilla is his nickname.
All right, we got 3 picks left.
Caleb Tiernan is a tackle from Northwestern who's probably going to play guard. So the Vikings just picked him.
Someone's asking what picks do we have left. Look at that ticker right there, my friend.
Or
Look at
this.
that ticker right there, my friend. It's right there. It'll tell you right there, sir.
Will Cacerio make this face and tell somebody to look at the film? Or the tape.
Look at the tape.
Yeah, the tape.
Look at the tape.
Go watch the tape.
Just go watch the tape. Marlon Klein, he's awesome. He's awesome.
The Vikings, by the way, having a draft with an interim GM, which I like this guy too.
Jacoby Thomas out of Miami, safety.
Yeah.
They don't need a safety. They need Keontae Scott. That's their job.
Jacoby Thomas is supposed to go much later than this. I thought they fired that Quessy fella.
Nasty ass defense at Miami. Yeah, and they're not even excited in Minnesota. They're like, who the hell's that?
He was like
What a weird draft room that is.
he was one of the bowl game MVPs. Whoop, see ya. Go back the other way.
Seattle. The pick is in.
If the Texans wanted to trade in, that this is exactly the value of the 2 picks they have on the 4th. I would not recommend it, but
Well, they're not. I don't think Jacksonville's going to trade with them. No, you're fine. If you're the Texans, you can wait. You can wait.
yeah, absolutely. It's now, if you keep the 2 picks too, you make the 2 picks in the 4th round. I'll take volume at this point.
Damn, Cliff Averill. He didn't waste time either. There you go. Julian Neal out of Arkansas is the pick.
So we're going to get through day 2 with 1 running back drafted.
2. Price. Last pick around 1.
No. Drafted on day 2.
Oh, on day 2. Okay.
1 running back, and it's Kalen Black.
It's the guy who wasn't even invited to the combine. In this running back class, wasn't even invited to the combine.
What a weird running
Swarm.
back.
SC says off topic, but he may getting out coached crazy. He's getting out coached like crazy. Yeah, they're getting worked. ESG Soccer says, obviously, I mean white boy dudes. Need diagram.
I think ESG's been drinking. I'm understanding him less and less.
Ghost says, what y'all's day 3 pick y'all want? For me, I would love to get Dimmings, Koziel, and Barnett. Jalen Husky is the pick.
Ugh.
So there you go, Jacksonville. That wraps up day 2.
I would be. They had maybe a meeting or something with Dimmings. That would be a big departure for Cacerio because Dimmings played at Stephen F. Austin, Charles Dimmings, but he's a little bit taller corner. Obviously, the competition is a lot less at SFA.
Hello, how you doing? How you doing?
So Keontae Scott's still there.
Yeah, Keontae Scott.
Mike Washington Jr. still there.
Mike Washington Jr. Yeah, there's some fun day 3 conversation to be had. A lot of possibilities. Put those picks up again. Look at that. Look at that. 4 picks. Spread it out. There we go. All righty.
Speaking of conversations, do you know that you can have a free conversation about the future of your backyard? Ace Outdoor Solutions. Bring your outdoor dreams to life. Custom pool designs, custom outdoor patio coverings, custom outdoor kitchens. Call Zach today for a free quote. Visit aceoutdoorsolutions.com for more great pictures of the great work they do. A decade of experience for Zach and his crew. Decade plus of experience for Zach and his crew at Ace Outdoor Solutions. Give you that free quote. He's a Texas fan just like you, and he's got a lot more experience at backyards than Marlon Klein does at tight end. So there you go.
You like the Marlon Klein pick? Huh? You're not going night-night? Are you going night-night?
No.
Why not? Do you like the McDonald pick? No? Why not? Do you like the Klein pick?
No.
Do you like the Rutledge pick? You do? You don't like this draft at all?
She doesn't like anything.
You don't like the draft? No? Okay. Are you T-Rex right now? Bye, Triceratops. All right. Yeah, she's not a fan of the pick, man.
Also, rounds 2 and 3 getting done in 4 hours. The new clock's working.
Yep. ESG Soccer says no bedtime in LL house. Least surprising. Nah, she sleeps through the night, brother. She sleeps through the night. There's definitely bedtime. Took her to daycare today. Yeah, she'll stay up. Go to sleep. Get up. I'll be at D&B tomorrow. Space Age 713 says, should we go cornerback and D end or wide receiver and RB tomorrow? Appreciate you both for the stream. Man, what the hell is up with McCoy? That's got to be the report right now, right?
Somebody has to explain to me what's going on with him. The Tennessee corner, who many people believed was at worst, top 25 talent.
Yeah, I mean, how bad is it? I mean, at this point, I mean, if he is going to redshirt, like, I think crazier things have happened than just drafting a guy and letting him sit. I don't know, like, especially when we're talking about that point, but I don't know. I think Keontae Scott's the pick tomorrow.
Backup for Jalen Petrie, play the slot a little bit.
Play some special teams, nasty as hell. So I think that would make a lot of sense. But
there's not as many defensive ends that you would take in the 5th round, but there's some 7th rounders. And if they moved around a little bit and got a 6th, maybe a 5th.
So putting a bow on day 2 here before we get some rest before Draft Mania. I'm sure we'll be working. I'm going to be live in 19 minutes talking about this guy. I got a feeling the vibe's going to be interesting tonight. Draft Mania again tomorrow, 11 a.m. Out there at Dave & Buster's Friendswood. I would say as far as this goes, I think you hit it out of the park and then you created a lot of uncertainty. I think it's a player that maybe it was a little bit early, but at a position that is as much of a need as tight end, you just hope, since the Texans did start the tight end run and they basically had their pick, that they hit it out of the park here. I'm intrigued to hear what Cacerio has to say about it, but I also think it's kind of just, as I said earlier, this is just kind of the life that we're living, where everything they do on defense feels like a home run, and on offense, it's like, what do you got to say for yourself, Nick? So that's just kind of how I feel about it. I'll gather my thoughts and probably have more to say tonight, but that's how I had. It has been fun though. But not as many picks as we thought. So it was a little bit different because you thought you were getting 4 day 2s and you only got 2. This is the least amount of day 2s that they've had outside of 2023.
Yeah, because they picked Kamari, Fisher, and Bullock, and then last year they picked Higgins, Ursery, and Knoll,
and Jalen Smith.
I keep forgetting they traded up for him.
Yeah, well, it's easy to forget, if we're being completely honest.
That's right now. That's the backup outside corner.
So there we go. On the chat one more time, Ricardo says Rockets done, Astros mid, Texans the only respectable team in this city, SMH. They're definitely respectable. They're definitely a very good team. So there we go. Let's see what happens. Marlon Klein, give me a sauerkraut. Appreciate y'all for rolling through and riding with us. Hopefully we see y'all tomorrow at Draft Mania. The shirts are in the car. The gift cards are in the car. Nolan Ryan, Roger Clemens baseball's coming through. Some other stuff to give away. And lots of fun to be had tomorrow at 11. We appreciate y'all for rolling through. I'm sure Cody's got some work to do. I really can't wait to hear what Nick Cacerio has to say. And it's been a fun day. Appreciate y'all for rolling through. Always remember, when it comes to this Texan stuff, we're all in it together.
Eat good, sleep good, be good. We'll talk Texans again soon. We'll see you at Dave & Buster's in Friendswood tomorrow at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, and Cody will be going to Academy before and getting eye black. So we'll see you there.
No.
All right. Bye-bye.
Avita say.